Alrighty, we go. First order of business. In every stream, I have to actually connect the chats. I've gotten quite good at it so far. I've even counted the number of clicks it takes. It takes 11 clicks. It takes 11 clicks. There was one more thing I need to open. It is this. Put it over here. Boom. There we go. What's up, guys? People are already here. Wow. That's true love right there. The coffee spilled down my cup. I didn't even notice. Today's gonna be a great day, guys. Impressed with me and where I'm headed. Keep the good content coming. Thank you for saying that, man. I gotta be honest with you. If I can be completely honest, it feels like my channels, my Twitch and my YouTube recently have started growing at a much faster rate. And I gotta be honest with you, I got no idea why, because I didn't really change anything. I just kept blasting. Oh, man, my allergies are bothering me. I just kept blasting, man. I would be lying if I said anything other than I have no idea why that's going on. You've reached a critical mass. Longtime YouTube lurker. I watched your hour-long stories so far, and now I'm here. Keep it up, buddy. Thank you for doing that. But, man, I also stream on YouTube, by the way, if you just want to watch on YouTube. Really, the decision is, do you like to hear the music? If you like the playlist, watch on Twitch. If you don't, watch on YouTube. It's usually, I think, how people decide. Some streamers are hard to relate to. Interesting. I don't think I've ever heard that. I don't think I've ever heard that logic, but that makes sense. Do you guys find me relatable? You like the breakdowns and all the number calculations? I try to do the calculations for you guys so you don't have to. The whole idea is, hey, I did all the work. Here's the answer. Do this. Here's a video of me showing you that it works. Okay, now you go do it. That's how most of my videos go. Salutations from Italy. Will I make a video about some of the Necropolis League stuff? God, I should. It's probably a good idea, huh? You started using the filter that I made and it's helping you big time. Were the instructions pretty easy to follow? Did it make sense? You decide based on the ads. You have YouTube Premium, so you don't get any ads. Nice. I have almost never heard someone complain about ads on YouTube. Like, I think there are ads, but they're very minimal. Completely unrelatable chat extraordinaire. You wish people would stop simping for Diablo 4? See, when you say the word simping, to me the word simping implies praising them with no grounds for doing so. I mean, did that campfire chat yesterday not make Diablo 4 a million times better in every way? So why is it so crazy to say that Diablo 4 is getting much better? I don't think that's simping. I think that's just being a realist. I'm better at explaining information. By far the best. Nobody gives a shit if I post a video saying I got rank 1 in anything, but people will really care if I upload a guide on something. Here's a guide on leveling. Here's a guide for a godly build. Here's a guide for crafting. People will watch that. But if I just post rank 1, rank 1, rank 1, rank 1, nobody cares. Which makes sense. It's logical. Woody simps? How so? Yeah, one thing about the systems, guys, like, so I agree. I'm certain that they took tremendous inspiration from last Epoch in Diablo 4's update. I'm sure that that's true, but a lot of people seem to miss one key element of the entire process. People drastically underestimate how slow a company like Blizzard moves. So they would have had to have made the decision to implement these systems months and months and months ago to start working on them. Blizzard moves very, very slowly. It's not like last Epoch came out last month and then they got the idea to put it in. They made this decision a long time ago. So this is something that people just don't understand. That's fine, but I'm telling you, don't be one of them. Blizzard made this decision a long time ago. A slow blade penetrates the shield. Yes. Greetings from Austria. I don't watch Twitch often, but I watch every YouTube video. Thanks for the great builds, and that loot filter is awesome. Great to hear, guys. When people say stuff like that, by the way, when they say, like, they watch every video, I don't know if they mean it literally. Some people, I think, mean it literally, but maybe some people mean they just watch a lot of the videos. This is exactly why I don't vomit my channel with videos. I could make a video on something every day to try to farm a few more subs or a few more clicks, but I've always been of the opinion quality over quantity. When I end my stream, I ask myself, is there a good video that I could make, some kind of guide that I'm prepared to make, some kind of news thing that people might care about? And if the answer is yes, then I will make a video. And if the answer is no, then I go play Final Fantasy VII on my PlayStation, and I think about maybe I could make a video tomorrow. But I'm not one of those creators that's sitting there and thinking, I have to get a video out today at all costs. I must come up with something to have on YouTube tomorrow morning. I just don't have that attitude whatsoever. I make a video when there's a video to make that I think you'll give a shit about. That's it. It's the only criteria. As a super casual ARPG player, nice. Too many people were talking and it scrolled away. As a super casual ARPG, why is your endurance threshold reducing? It shouldn't be reducing, it should be increasing from the boots. Do you mean it increases from the boots? Unless someone is lowering your dodge rating or something. The loot filter was a godsend? Okay, like... Don't get me wrong, I thought that the loot filter video was going to help people, and I thought people were going to... Some people were going to enjoy it. I thought some people were going to get mad at me that you had to do a little bit of customization to it, that it was 20 minutes, it was a 20-minute video of me explaining and showing how to configure it correctly. I was like, well, people are going to get mad at me because... When they say loot filter for all, they want to hit download and go play. So I thought people were really gonna be not that receptive to it, but no, people seem to really love it, which is a great feeling. This build is ripping. I have not had lucky farming T4 Arbor Dungeon. The screen is so dark during the boss fight, it's annoying. I should make a video on how to fight that boss. I do the same thing every time. The T4 Lightless Arbor Dungeon boss is probably one of the only bosses that I could fight blindfolded, because you can use the same pattern every time to beat him. That might be one of the only bosses that I could fight blindfolded, because you start in the middle of the screen, you walk over, you throw 2 mines, you press D to throw your lantern over there. You walk 2 steps to the right, you count for when his slam goes, you step to the left, then you walk all the way to the right, break the wall, and throw your lantern. If you stand still at that point, you beat the boss. So it's like 12 timed inputs, and then the boss is dead. He should only be able to do 1 big slam. Their cycle content is based on delays. Whose content is based on delays? You're talking about a gaming company? Hi from the UK. I've been watching your channel after you saw the light and came over to last Epoch. Yeah, I'm gonna cover. I plan to. Here's the thing. So let's start at the top, right? Here's how my mind works about the games that I play. In general, I like to play ARPGs. So I'm going to play ARPGs, mostly. Maybe there's a good sponsored stream. Maybe there's a super fun game that comes out, like Pow World. We'll play that for a little bit. But in general, we're just going to play ARPGs. Okay, so then I ask myself another question. In order to play ARPGs, I don't like to play like all of them. I like to play the ones that I can become very good at and make guides for you guys. So then the follow-up question to that one is, how many ARPGs can I play and be kind of a, you know, a very, very highly knowledgeable player where I actually know what the fuck I'm talking about? Well, Diablo 4 is already like done. I know that game. I understand the updates. I can already envision in my mind exactly how it's going to go. So I have Diablo 4 covered. I don't need any more practice in Diablo 4. POE, I'm very, very far behind. I know enough to be dangerous, and that's about it. Last Epoch, I'm getting pretty knowledgeable. I don't think there are many people that can say that they've played all 15 masteries. The only one I haven't played is Sorcerer. So I have a very, very good idea of its mechanics. I know what the stats do. I know how to build defenses multiple different ways. I understand scaling. I understand the strategies. So I need a lot of work on POE1. POE2 I will dedicate an inhuman amount of time to becoming a god there. Okay, so I have 3 games in pretty decent shape, with a 4th one coming, POE2, and then I asked myself, can I also do Titan Quest, and can I also do Grim Dawn? And the answer is probably. So I might be able to bounce between like 5 games, and I might be able to teach you how to play them all. My guides for D3 help you get into ARPGs, hell yeah, man. You reordered one of the idle rules. Sure, there's nothing wrong with that. The first time you ever met me was Steel Mage reacting to me. Yeah, I've recently met Steel Mage and Zizarin. They've both been, they both seem like great guys. They've been very nice to me. I know they're like mega content creators and super good buddies. Very glad to be on their good side. I feel like Zizarin in a lot of ways is kind of similar to me. I get the feeling that we are similar. Am I gonna give No Rest for a Wicked a try? Sure. Yeah. I did their they gave me the secret key or whatever 2 weeks ago, and we played it then. It was fun. This build feels like cheating. You literally one-shot everything. That's the entire point of ARPGs. It's to make a build so powerful that it feels like cheating. Okay, a lot of people are subbing Mixrip, Mixin Sun, Aldar, Segmente. Jackson is here. How are we doing, Jackson? It's not my genre, but you'd like to see me playing a session of Project Zomboid? Is that like a zombie apocalypse game? Yeah, I thought about it. I thought about making that really funny video, fighting the boss blindfolded, but at least so far into my career, I've stayed very, 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 very far away from drama. And that would just be opening the door for me to walk into a bunch of drama. It would honestly probably be really good for my channel. Whenever you jump into drama, whatever side you're on, whether you're right or wrong, it usually translates into tremendous growth, but once again, not really. It's just not really my style. Not my style. You want to see more POE? You're gonna get your wish in 3 hours or whatever. You're most excited for Titan Quest 2? I never played Titan Quest 1, so I'll probably play Titan Quest 2 or Titan Quest 1 before it comes out. Ellie and Kirk love that game. I'm doing good, Jackson. Yeah. I'm pretty sure, yeah, Bad News Bears. I'm pretty sure that's what I said in my video. I said your damage is always going to be there. So put all of your effort into defense. You need to work on your mana and your defense first, and then do the offense. This build doesn't need any help with offense. This build will kill everything by itself easily. No. If you seal an affix, it can't be slammed into a unique. No, you can't. I'll have a better life if I don't get into the drama. That's exactly what I'm thinking. I recently had an offer to start up a major business regarding content creation and content creators. But it would have turned into all business and not playing games. The pitch was essentially that I could easily make at least $10 million doing this. It was a very nice proposal, but I just declined it. Again, I'm happy with what I'm doing. I remember, how did I end up here in the first place? It's because I sat at my desk at the insurance company asking myself what I wanted to do, and I want to be a streamer. So I just sit down in my chair 5 years later and I ask myself the same question. What do I want to do? And the answer is, I want to be a streamer. I don't want to be a businessman. Life is not about making a shitload of money. Life is about enjoying it. I'm enjoying what I'm doing, and I'm enjoying staying out of the drama, and I'm enjoying not being a businessman. So, here we are.
Easy. Too easy.
Very nice. As always, I'm just looking for Jim Tomes. You work in a very gruesome career that really messes with you. Yeah. I know a lot of, for example, I know a lot of people that work in various medical fields have... I know this because my whole family, pretty much my entire family, is a doctor of some kind. Almost my entire family. And they've shared stories about doctors like kind of losing their minds about just their careers. You might not be referring to a medical profession, but I understand the idea of it. Twitter got to you, not to your work? Oh. Yeah, I don't care about what anybody on the internet says about anything. When you're a content creator, if you are ever offended by something that someone says to you on the internet, there is a 0 chance in the universe you will be successful. Everyone in the world is going to talk shit to you every single day. If that impacts you even 1%, you have a 0% chance of becoming a successful content creator. You just can't care at all. She works crazy hours. Damn. Yeah, I bet.
Might have to drop something.
You do the repos. That has to be that would be a job that I would not want to do. That would be very brutal. I would not like to do that job, but somebody's got to do it. Someone's got to do it, right? All right. Can someone explain elemental damage? Fire, cold, lightning damage. Fire, cold, lightning. That was an easy question. God, I hope all of them are going to be that easy today, but I'm sure they won't be. Wait, please don't go here. This tab is full. Fine. Give me the next one. Let's go like that. Yeah, the interesting thing about Diablo, the Diablo 4 update, as you're kind of alluding to, is the Diablo 4 update is good, and it is making the game better. But my question is what in Diablo 4 have they announced that's innovative? How have they advanced the genre with the fourth thing? I mean, almost everything that they're implementing is just last Epoch. So, all their things that they're putting in the game are certainly better, but it's just the same stuff, right? Nistika, Zangetsu, and also with the bits, your loot filter was really helpful, and the stream of you making it was informative. Thank you kindly, sir. You're welcome. Thank you for that. Last, Bulbasaur, Roxy, Jedi, Mr. Bag, thanks for the 21. Corn, Single. Thank you so much for the subs and the primes, guys. They will never catch up to last Epoch. Well, I don't know about that. Remember something. Blizzard is always working very, 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 very far ahead. Blizzard already probably almost has the expansion of the game done. Blizzard is never showing you all their cards at any point in Diablo. So there's many, many, many things coming to Diablo 4 that are already being worked on. Some of it already being done that you have not seen. So it might feel like right in this very moment, last Epoch is very ahead of D4. But this Season 4 update, where they essentially implement a ton of their systems, is going to catch them up a significant way. And then there's all these other things that they're going to be releasing, right? Might do some Rune Master today. Sean, thanks for becoming a member, man. Do I have any other hobbies other than gaming? Spend time with Callie and Sarah. I used to be a guitarist. I'm really not a guitarist anymore. I never sit down and say, I want to play some guitar today. I really like to read. I don't read. Like, when people retire, some people want to travel when they retire. Some people want to play golf all day. Both of these things sound absolutely terrible to me. I will probably read. What's my favorite book? My favorite book is probably still The Odyssey. Probably The Odyssey. You're retired and now all you want to do is play video games all day? I'll never stop playing video games. I don't think I ever will. Video games and reading. Honest question. You have 71 hours in last Epoch. What's the main difference between last Epoch's endgame and Diablo 4's endgame? All you do is run dungeons all day. You're not wrong about that, but there is a key difference. Last Epoch's endgame is crafting. You can make godly gear crafting if you know what you're doing. That's the endgame. And last Epoch acknowledges that their endgame is the worst system in their game. That's why in the next cycle they're releasing a pinnacle boss system. So the pinnacle bosses come out next cycle. So you get to the end game, you get all your blessings, then you farm all of your gear for your build, then you slam all of your gear for your build, and then you go fight the Ubers. Sean, thanks for becoming a member, man. Been watching for a while. Subbed and joined using my Necro Wraithlord in the last Epoch. Can't wait to see what happens. D4 will get better, man. It's getting better. Yeah, the only thing it prevents is it prevents leech. It doesn't prevent health gained. Health on kill or health on melee hit still works. It only prevents leech. So, that's why. Yeah, I mean, listen, guys. it's very much, God, my nose itches so bad. It's very much in fashion to become gobbled up in all of the drama and the polarized opinions and the hate of all these different games, right? Mostly directed at Diablo 4 lately. I have a very, very calm approach to the entire thing that I would offer to you guys to consider. If Diablo 4 is not doing well, just don't play Diablo 4 and don't think about Diablo 4. Play whatever's fun to you. Don't waste life, you know, dwelling on what isn't working. It sucks that we paid $70 for the game. I get it. But if they're not doing well, play something else. That's what I do. That's the full extent of how I approach it. When Diablo 4 is good, I'll go back. And I'll play. Until then, play something else. That's the way that I think about it, anyway. Wait, did I do that right? You paid $350? Wait, how did you paid $350 for Diablo 4? How? Red ring is very good for detonating arrow, yes. You bought 3 of the super bundles. Is there anybody in chat that's still playing Diablo 4 to this day and still having fun? Is anybody still blasting D4 and doesn't care about all the problems? No, playing POE, no, Diablo 4 being fun. Jericho's playing, we got 1. Heat is still playing. Okay, 2 people are still playing. God, my nose itches so bad, man. There's another Jim Tomei. We're going for it. What's my favorite ARPG right now? I think the ARPG that is the most complete and the most built one currently is Path of Exile. If you can get past the point of how daunting the skill tree is and stuff like that, and you can get into making a real build, I think you will find that POE is the most complete game at the moment. Yeah, I wouldn't play Path of Exile on console. That would be a horrible experience. You can't use Awakened POE trade, I don't think, so that would be garbage.
Easy. Too easy.
Okay. 3 LP Jungle Queen? Isn't this amazing? Wow. My Wraith Lord is going to be very happy. A 3 LP jungle queen, huh? My Wraith Lord will be very pleased about that. Dude, last Epoch, can you please fix the Wraith Lord this patch and not wait for next season so I can go back and play my Wraith Lord? Because I can barely stand to play him with how dumb he is. He's so powerful, but he's so dumb. Cold res armor. This percent increase in armor is going to be real bad. Because I don't have any armor. Let me see. Is this the Age of Winter one? We can get the Age of... Is this is Age of Winter, which I think it is. It can drop Fizz Res. So we wanted Fizz Res is what we wanted. And we didn't get it. Wah. Wah. Let's go again and try to get Fizz Res. I'm just making sure I didn't miss any Tomes. Yeah, I really don't know why every single ARPG makes the most dog shit minion AI. Like, it must be really, really hard to do. Because getting the minions to just attack properly seems to be an impossible solution for developers to reach. The Falcon is pretty good, that's true. The Wraith Lord is... The Wraith Lord needs some serious help. Especially after the patch. After the patch, whatever they did, my Wraith Lord got way worse. If I was making an ARPG, that would be the thing that I would be most worried about is, do my minions actually work at all? Because it seems to be a recurring problem. What do I think about the Zizarin tweet about Blizzard paid early access? Can you link me the tweet? I don't even know what that's referring to. Blizzard paid early access. And people do love minions, that's true. Can you link me the tweet? I don't even know. I don't know what that's referring to. Okay, I've got it up. Zizarin. I decided that I'm pretty done with this pay $30 to play 3 days early shit. We're seeing more and more of it. If Blizzard does a paid head start that doesn't reset and stuff like that, I'm going to organize a large-scale boycott of Diablo 4. I think it's super predatory. Try not to die here. It's super predatory. Dude, I don't know, man. I put everything into survivability into my marksman so far, and I'm still getting absolutely crushed here.
Might have to drop something.
Everything hits me so hard. It doesn't belong in the gaming world. I don't mind early looks at games like Baldur's Gate 3 does. But the way D4 did it was just the actual launch with no wipe or anything. So Blizzard, please stop no wipe paid early access. And then Chronix, he's a streamer. He said, I'd love to join you, but I also understand it would be a bad business decision. I'll give you my thoughts here in 1 second. So I absolutely love Zizzarin's message. I love this idea. And I also want this to go away. I also think that it's predatory. But let me give you an analogy. I also want paid gacha mobile games to go away. You could essentially say that we were so against it that we shut down the Maxroll branch to stop covering the game, right? We didn't ask people to join in with us, but we just did it on our own. Do you know what Maxroll shutting down the Diablo Immortal branch did for the advancement of getting mobile games to stop being predatory? 0. Absolutely nothing. So I love everything that Zizzarin said and everything that it stands for and everything he's going to do. Even if we all do it, it will mean absolutely nothing. That's the problem. There are so many couch dads out there that will pay for it or won't pay for it, and Blizzard doesn't give a fuck. They don't care at all. I mean, if they can get 1 million of the people to pay for it, they don't care how many people say, wah, I don't like that. And here's the problem. 1 million or however many people will buy it. That's a guarantee. So then you say, well, you got to start somewhere, Rax. If you want change, you have to be the change that you want to be. You got to start somewhere. Yeah, that's true. It's true. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is ever going to change, ever. I don't think that will ever stop being a thing. I don't see that ever happening. Zizzarin just made a tweet saying that he doesn't want gaming companies to do paid early access on launches. Yeah, he posted this tweet. I'm pretty fed up with pay $30 to play 30 days early. He's right. I agree. Just some people would be enough. But that's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I don't agree with. some people would not be enough. There's no way we could get enough people for it to be enough. We would have to get every single content creator to not only boycott it, but make a YouTube video and get like PC Gamer magazine and this or that or this or that. If we could get it on that kind of a scale, then it might make a difference. I don't think it would stop them, but they might at least hear the outcry. But then what do we say to people like just to give an example, let's use Woody. What about Woody, where like Diablo 4 is his main game? People are all expecting him to be streaming on early access, you know, to pay his bills. We're just going to ask him to, hey, hello, sir, for your whole career, you've been waiting for Diablo 4. Yeah, the 3 most important days where everybody's blasting. Please just don't stream. Thank you. The community would have to help support him. True. That would be a nice gesture. That would be good. Press S real quick. Did you get it, Vegas? Thanks for the donation, man. Invincible Dust Daffer gifted 5 subs. Thank you, my dude. I appreciate that. You the man. 2 moons. 4-year resub. Not gonna lie, I've been mostly here for the playlist, but keep up the good work. That's okay, man. I think that's half of the people. Why Flask? Please explain. There's new tech where your traps will also throw your flasks. The problem with this setup is it's insanely mana intensive. I can still run out of mana, and I have double T7 reduction. Mana reduction. So this is how much mana I'm losing with double T7. It is nice. You get stuff like frailty and blind and shred armor. But I don't think that this is necessary, and I don't know, I might make a video on it, like, explaining how I'm doing this, but you need some pretty specific gear to play with the flask going. I think the flask is definitely better for hardcore. The flask itself doesn't do any damage.
Easy. Too easy.
It's not for damage, it's for the debuffs. Okay, he's dead.
Might have to drop something. Might have to drop something. Might have to drop something. Might have to drop something.
I don't want that one.
Might have to drop something.
Crip made a video about what? The acid flask thing? You got 2 4 LP blast knives? How did you get 2 4 LP blast knives? Crit multi. Crit multi, for sure. That's going to be your T7. On one of your daggers, you should put health on melee hit. And then for the prefix with crit multi, I still don't know which is better, flat melee lightning or lightning damage. And then I believe the best thing for the other suffix is shred lightning. Or, not shred light. Shred armor, I mean. Yeah, I've never even found a 4LP, or a 3LP knife, I mean. I haven't found one 3LP knife, so I'm crying. I'm crying. Melee lightning is by far the most important after crit multi. Are you sure on that? Even after each weapon gives us like 110 flat melee damage and the flat melee that you get in the tree? It's like plus 44 flat, or it's like plus 200% lightning. Like, I understand that flat damage is usually the best, but I'm not sure it is the best in this situation. I don't know, like, a way to actually planner it to actually get the right answer.
Might have to drop something.
Every guide you've seen says melee lightning. Yeah, well, not to discredit every guide. Maybe someone did the math, but people make guides all the time and never actually test anything. They might be right. I'm not saying that it's not right, but I don't. I learned a long time ago not to. I trust one person to make that determination, and that's Mr. Math. Whatever the math actually says, but I don't know the exact formula to punch it in to calculate it. China says that lightning damage is the best. I'll tell you what. In last Epoch, usually it's the flat melee is usually the best roll on everything. The problem is each dagger gives you 44 flat melee. The roll can give you 65 flat melee again, and then you have flat melee in some of the passives. So that's the only reason why that the lightning might be better in this particular situation. It still might not be better, but this is the reason why we're even considering something else. For all other builds, it's the flat damage like 99% of the time. Because the flat damage is what all of your multipliers are flowing through, right? You want to know what? We want to get the answer? I'll get the answer for us. I'll get the answer. All right. We'll find out the answer soon. I'll let you know what the answer is in a moment. I'll just ask people that know how to calculate it, and they will give us the answer. Simple as that. I'm sponsored to watch the Path of Exile launch, but you know, I'm very happy to watch that anyway. So I am having fun. Okay, let's go over here. When is the POE stuff? Soon, in 2 hours, right? Less than 2 hours. Okay, deleted. Have I started my FF7? Yes, I am in Gungaga. And I have 100%ed the entire game up to that point. I 100%ed all of the overworld in the grasslands, Junon, the Corel, Costa del Sol. I have the highest rank on every single minigame. I'm not going for the 100 on all the piano songs, but I have an A rank, which is the highest reward on every song. I've beat every Queen's Blood opponent. I bought every single reward in the Gold Saucer, and I have the highest rank on every minigame in the Gold Saucer. I've 100% of the game completely up to Gungaga. You want to know what I do? I really don't understand. Like, it's very different from FF7. Nothing in the game matters. You can put on the Buster Sword with no armor and no materia and beat every fight. You can beat every fight. I beat in the Gold Saucer. I beat the level 40 fight at level 31. Like the gear and the materia in FF7 Rebirth don't mean or do anything. I have never casted a spell. I have never casted an enemy skill. I don't even summon my summons. Nothing. You can just fight and beat everything. Every weapon that you find, every armor that you find or buy or craft is completely useless. Like, it doesn't matter at all. Going in there and doing your spec is also, for the most part, completely useless. The only thing that helps when you do your spec is it'll give you certain, like, synergy abilities. Those are pretty strong, and that's about it. So the whole game, I'm literally just playing, and I don't change my gear, I don't change my weapons, I don't change my materia, I don't change my summons, nothing. I think it's extremely, extremely bad design. I'm gonna beat the final boss with the Buster Sword on, with no armor and no materia on. It's extremely bad design, in my opinion. I already went on my date. I went on my date with Tifa, but the date, like, didn't happen. Like, we started to go on the date, and then the date got canceled. I was very mad. The real date is in 12, alright. I was gonna say, all that work for nothing? Wow. Elliot, Makuku, the Dawn Dragon. Thank you you so much for the subs, guys. Thank you for the loot filter. I started using it today. It's a breeze to understand. It made the game much more enjoyable. Hell yeah. This is why games need loot filters. It makes the game more fun.
That was close.
Why am I spec'd into Flask now? Trying a new build where you need double T7 throwing damage. It's good for hardcore. Not sure that you need it for softcore. Did they give me the easy mode streamer version, or is it the real game? I'm not sure. Are you talking about Last Epoch, or are you talking about Final Fantasy? I guess the answer for either game is no, I don't have a special game for either of them. I have the normal game. Thank you for the loot. You're welcome, buddy. You're welcome. Yeah, if Last Epoch gives us better loot filter options, then I will immediately update my loot filter and make it even better. We need to be able to filter by legendary potential. We need to be able to filter idols a million billion times better. We need to be able to filter based upon whether it requires COF or Merchant's Guild or not. Those are my three #1 asks for the loot filter. You like the playlist? There's so much variety.
Too easy.
Hell yeah, man. Appreciate that. Are the builds up to date? The planners? You mean the planners up above? Yep, should be. We're almost level 90. Very nice. Right, so let's go up here. They're all dead. Okay. Long live Rax, the greatest ARPG streamer. Man, some of these titles that you guys give me, not sure I buy into all of that, but I appreciate it. Ed, thanks for the 100 bits, man. Not sure I buy into all of that, but I will take it. I'm trying out Acid Flask, yeah, but it requires like double T7 mana reduction, which is pretty rough. Your whole family watches me? Wow. I feel like I'm part of the family now. How much does my trap cost? 12. I'm gonna raise my child on Rax videos so he can be a god gamer. Hell yeah. The #1 search for Rax on Google is Rax loot filter. Surprising, man. I never thought that loot filter video would mean so much to so many people. I don't know. It is a nice loot filter though, but
Easy. Too easy.
I honestly do have a lot of fun sitting there and meticulously picking at things. So making a loot filter is right up my alley. Sitting there and just messing with stuff over and over and over and over, trying to get it perfect is right up my alley. I can be pretty OCD about things.
Might have to drop something.
You can't change masteries in this game. If you mastered as a warlock, you can't switch. That choice is locked in. You can just make an alt, though. Making an alt is quite easy in this game. No offense to Rax, but the only god gamer is Quinn69. I think I'm going to have to agree with you on that one, man. We can't be god gamers if Quinn is there, because Quinn is the god gamer. He's right. Okay, here we go. This is what we wanted. Okay, so this is actually massive for me. Okay, so this is actually massive. Wait. Hold. Let me go back to town. That's true, he's not a physician. Do I still play guitar? I really don't. I play it like once every 3 months when Twitch chat begs me, and that's about it. I really don't. I'm not a guitarist anymore. Now I'm garbage. Actually, let's go like that. We desperately need a what was I gonna say? Oh, a key ring. We need a key ring in this game. All right. So now my phys res is super overcapped, which means I don't need this. Oops. I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need this. Okay, I freed up 4 of my idols. Now what I could do is consider one of these. And that's not what we... We wanted crit multi and health. So I don't even want these. I don't even want any of these. Let me check something here. I have something wrong in my loot filter. So first of all, for rogue, I want that one, but I don't want this one. That's not true. I do want this. I just don't want them on that one. Okay. So what I want here is... So this is pretty damn good. Okay, this is the greatest thing of all time. Look at this one. It's even got capped crit chance. This is the greatest idol that's ever been found in the history of Last Epoch. This is actually, I think this idol is illegal in 15 different states. Okay. So now, can we go... I don't need any resistances, like none. So we can go actually all health here. So can I go 5% health? Is that a thing? I think there's increased here. go fire. And then the best thing you could do down here is plus 14 health, right? It just says, do I have a 13 health? Do I have a 12 health? 12 health, 25 armor, 12 health, 26 armor. Wow. Not only did I gain about 100 health, but I also gained this. The crit chance and the damage while wielding a dagger. Wow. Wow. Sometimes dreams do come true. My critical strike chance is 89%. Wow. If I take this off, oh, just, 14% chance to crit. No big deal. Okay. That might be the greatest idol ever found in the universe. What can this be? This is currently shock on hit, ending the storm. This could be 50% chance to shred lightning. Excuse. We need that more desperately than anything. This is garbage as well. Necrotic res? Look how much necrotic res I have. This is giving me absolutely nothing. I'm the best streamer because I'm down to earth. That actually means a lot. That's the entire point. The whole point of me is just to be some dude from Nebraska playing some video games. That's it. You learn that lightning damage is better than shred armor. Do you mean lightning damage? I mean, lightning damage is 1,000,000 times better than shred armor. But do you mean lightning damage is better than shred lightning? Shred lightning? Is that what you mean? Yeah, once again, I don't know. I don't know the answer there. How do you get 2k life on this build? Oh, 2k is terrible. You want 3. In my planner, I have 3.3k. You need way, way more than 2,000 health to play this build. The 2184 that I have is criminally low. I need 3.3. But I guess I don't know how to answer that. You take every health roll you can possibly get everywhere. That's one thing. You need every health roll you can get everywhere. Is there a good poison build for the Blade Dancer? Nothing comes to mind unless chat knows one. Okay, I have kind of an answer about whether flat melee is better than lightning damage. Is everybody listening? I have an answer from a very smart person. I'm just going to read it to you verbatim. This is the answer. If you want to do any of these calculations right now, you have to do it by hand, and it's a massive pain in the ass. Riv is the main developer for... He develops all the beautiful tools for Maxroll. He's going to make us a tool to actually calculate what's better. So that's coming. For our detonating arrow marksman setup, I would bet that the answer is increased lightning damage. A lot of people overvalue flat damage, especially in the Maxroll guides. And so, especially with the daggers getting so much flat melee, the answer is probably lightning percent damage. There's your answer. I'm sure they're both really, really good, and if you get a really good roll of either of them, it's just fine. You won't be able to notice a difference. But Mr. McFluffin said that he would bet for this build, which he has analyzed, it's going to be percent increase lightning. So there you go. I would trust the guy that made 57 guides on the game and has like 6,000 hours in the game. I would trust his opinion over just about anybody's. Yeah, shred armor also shreds resistances. It's not just armor, right? If shred armor only shredded armor, then shred armor would do nothing for us here because we do lightning damage. But shred armor also shreds resistances. So if we press G and type in shred armor, okay, why is it listed as armor shred? So this is, all right, where can we see this? Is it here? Where can we actually get the tooltip for it? Anybody know where the actual tooltip is? Type in shred. Resistant, okay. So this is like lightning pen. Or is pen something different? Yeah. It subtracts it. So every monster has 75 resistance. So first of all, so armor gives you 70% against non-physical damage. Okay, so I guess this makes sense now. So when you shred, so when you penetrate a resistance, you subtract it from their max res, and when you shred their armor, it helps with your elemental damage, but at a penalty. It reduces their armor by 100 per stack. Do you guys know how much armor an enemy has in these areas? Like, how many stacks of shred armor do you need to bring their armor to 0? Can you bring an enemy's armor below 0? Oh, okay. When you guys are saying 100 or whatever, you're talking about the number of armor shred stacks that you want?
Might have to drop some.
Go to a target dummy. The target dummy is by the arena guy, right? Okay. Let's go to a dummy. What do? We grab any arena key. Of course, I don't have the arena. Okay. Yeah, so armor shred is huge, and we just need to figure out can we get to the optimal amount of stacks. We'll go to the target dummy and see what happens. Yeah, does anybody know? I guess they would tell you the answer if it was a set answer. Does anybody know approximately how much armor these monsters have? Yeah, I can't TP to it though, because I've never been there. I have to walk. That's why I'm walking. Unless you guys know a trick that I don't. There's no way the monsters have 0 armor. It says that they get more armor based upon their level. It would be nice to have like a baseline, like in empowered monoliths, the average monster at 150 corruption or whatever has whatever the number is, 7,000 armor. So when you bring it to 0, then you're doing 85% more damage, right? Because that's the cap for armor. And it sounds like you can bring their armor negatively, but in the formula there's massive DR. So at a certain point, the armor shred is not worth it anymore. They have 0 armor. Huh. Let's go over to these dummies. Okay, that's weird. Okay, let's try this. Let's see how many armor shred stacks we can get. Not very many. You can post links. Okay, so at area level 100, from like here to here on non-physical, this is 57.8. You only get 5% increased damage going from 85 to 200. So do I not have shred armor at all here? This is shred lightning. I have frailty, vulnerability, aligned. Frailty, shred fire, cold, lightning. Okay, so this is bad. I don't have, do I not have any source of shred? I don't have any source of shred, the acid flask has the shred node, right, but it's not, doesn't seem to be working on this dummy though, unless I'm not, am I stupid? I'm applying shock and shred lightning. So here's a question though. So I'm on a boss fight. I am getting my shred. Well, I'm getting a lot of my shred lightning on there. It's going up pretty quick. So what does this blessing do? What does go to the far left dummy? This one? Can't see his debuffs for some reason. This one? Oh, here we go. Thank you. Okay, so each one of my things is ticking for 500,000. You can see that my shred armor is getting to 200%. So I don't have shred armor on either of these things, and my DR is outrageous, right? What is the POE thing starting? It should be in an hour, right? Yeah, my amulet's still in the forge, thank you. My lightning pen goes up instantly. And I have 300 stacks without any shred armor. So you can see that I'm getting the lightning pen here, but here's my question though. What is this blessing doing exactly? The one that gives 50% chance to 50% shred lightning or whatever. Does that just increase the rate at which I get to 10 debuffs, or does it make the debuff itself more powerful? Because if it increases the rate at which I get to the debuff, that's useless. it's only the rate. Okay, well then my planner is wrong. You definitely want light. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's chance to shred. It's not it's chance to shred. It's not the rate at which you shred it. It is the rate at which you shred it, not the magnitude of the shred itself. So this blessing is wrong. You definitely want increased lightning damage, right? So it's definitely not the shred. And I don't need shred on my weapon either. But if I don't get the shred, I don't know what else to put on there. I've got the slow. Does frailty have stacks to it? Frailty just stacks to 3? I don't need anything. I don't need any of the suffixes. I don't need the blind. So it's all okay. So I'm starting to rethink this. I'm thinking the best 2 suffixes are health on kill, health on melee hit. Yeah, but those are everything you just listed though is a prefix. Yeah, it's just defense. Attributes or suffixes? You can't put attributes on a suffix here. There's no attributes. There's no dex over here. It's it's got to be health on melee hit. Maybe stun chance would be good. Health on melee hit, health on kill. I don't think these shred armor things help. I mean, the DRs that I'm getting are outrageous. Mana regen? Is that on a dagger? Mana regen's not a thing. Thinking if I could have any 2, I think I'd take maybe health on melee hit and stun chance. Yeah, lightning pen doesn't roll on daggers. Chill is badass. This is very strong. Yeah, chill would be great. I'm not applying chill. I definitely don't need more shred armor, man. What's wrong with frailty? There's nothing wrong with frailty. I just apply it so quickly. Look how quickly I get the 3 stacks up. I get the 3 stacks of slow and frailty, the blind, the capped pen. Even when I'm out of mana without the shred armor roll, all you need is about 80 stacks according to that graph to get most of the value, and I'm sitting at like 120 with nothing on my weapon. So the best roll by far, by a mile, the best roll is health on melee hit as a suffix. That is easily the best roll by far. It's got to be. I'm hitting this guy for like, I don't know, 3 million damage a second or something. And my guy sucks. I can make this guy so much better. This guy sucks. Don't forget that. Okay, so I need to go back to my planner here. I need to fix this. So this I think the answer here is lightning damage. So that's one fix. And I think the best roll here definitely is health on melee hit. By far. And then here, this needs to be lightning damage. Let me check this and make sure that I have it right. All right, I think this is correct. So I think this is good. If there's something wrong, it's not obvious to me what's wrong. So let me update my profile. All right. What's the budget version of this? Yeah, there's only one rare thing in this whole build. This is the only rare thing. Just wear an exalted armor. With those stats until you get the mountain. That's what I'm doing. This OSHA ring, I mean, kind of. I found like 5 of these. They're not that rare. Right. 3 LP mountain doesn't exist. I didn't put 3 LP because you're going to get 3 LP. I put 3 LP just to demonstrate to you these are good stats to look for. I didn't put this in the planner like you're going to get it. I tried to put one more stat in here than I think you're going to get. Although here, I think you will get this, so maybe I could add one here. I do think the chill would be very good. And here I think, I mean, none of these help that much, really. I guess could be shred armor or shock. What do you guys think? Shred armor or shock here? Not sure. Stun would be good. Stun would be good. Probably stun. Why is stun not a choice here? Here. Stun would be good. Slow is auto-applied. You get the slow automatically. So now you have chill, stun, slow, frailty, shred armor, pen, blind, poison, shock. The only thing you don't have is ignite. And you don't have bleed. You have almost every ailment. You have almost every ailment in the game on the enemies. You don't want that much crit. You can't leech with crit on the helm. We're not trying. We leech with health gain on melee hit, which is not blocked from the helmet. The planner link is the same link from the video. Okay, I think this is not only going to be a lot more powerful damage-wise, but I think it's going to be a much higher quality of life because the monsters literally can't do shit to you. blinded, slowed, chilled, stunned, frailtied, shred armor, penned, everything. They have just about every debuff imaginable on them. So I need to fix this. Julra is still tough on T4 though. This, if I had anything near that planner on T4 Julra, she would die in 1 second. 1 second. Maybe not even 1 second. She might not even live for one. So you can kill Julra. Oh, wait. Nobody panic. Red Amulet. Excuse? 142% T7 spell critical strike chance? My Rune Master is very excited. Why am I doing Acid Flask? Just because it applies a ton of debuffs to them. The problem is when you run Acid Flask, it requires like double T7 mana reduction. So if you're really rich and you have 2 really godly rings, then you can run that. Do you guys want me to make an update tonight, maybe explaining it, and I will add the Acid Flask planner? I better start my video by saying, hey guys, I made another marksman and leveled it all the way up to 90. And I've been talking with chat the whole damn week and getting more ideas. I didn't steal anybody's idea. I better open up with that. Yeah, the problem is I just never press Smoke Bomb. Like, I press Smoke Bomb maybe on bosses, and that's about it. Not now. Bloodraven, Toys, Mario, Panda, typically. Thank you so much for all the subs, guys. Okay. The funniest thing about my guy right here is my guy sucks. My guy's survivability sucks, and my guy's damage absolutely sucks. Like this marksman that you are watching me play right now is not good at all. I could make him way, way better if I could just get the right stuff to drop. I'm going to make him way better once I get my blessings. If you had anywhere near the marksman that I have in this planner, I just can't even imagine the destruction you would rain on this game. Like, my guy already pretty much one-shots everything. But this is not... This is like a... My marksman is like a Krillin. And the guy in the planner is like Ultra Instinct Goku. Oh, Red Dagger. Excuse? Exalted health on melee hit? Does anyone in chat have a marksman that is anywhere near the level of like a planner? Like you've got like at least three LP really good slammed daggers. You've got all the blessings. You got really good everything. Does anybody have that? Like, how powerful is your guy? Is he just like an invincible Terminator god of death? Yours is close. And what corruption are you doing and how easy is it? Yeah, my gear sucks because I died on my first guy. This is my second one I made. Yours is stronger than mine, and he's a god. You have 3 LP daggers and 2 red rings. I got bored, and I stopped at 1,000 corruption. How was it as 1,000 corruption, though? Were you just bending it over instantly, or what? You have 3 LP daggers, but you didn't get the right slams, and you're at 1,400 corruption. Jesus. I want my guy to be strong. Maybe one day my guy will be strong, you never know. Yeah, I'm running double T7 and I run out of mana sometimes, but I like to really spam. I like to throw the traps everywhere. I should just throw less traps and I'd be fine. Okay, throw everything forward. Give me the books. Could be a very, very good option, Rex. Could be a very good option. Does anybody use the fighting chance gloves on your marksman? Does it work? Does the melee percent work for the detonating arrow? You hope they nerf it hard. They nerf what? What are you hoping that they nerf?
Easy.
I'm gonna stream the POE2 news. It starts in 50 minutes, right? Do I think the ward version gets to higher corruption? I think ward definitely initially is better. I've heard a lot of people say that they put on the ward setup and when they get really, really high, like 1,000+ corruption, they actually end up dying and they switch to the armor endurance setup that I linked in my planner. I'm absolutely sick of playing low life ward on every single build. You're not supposed to play low life ward on this build. You're not supposed to do that, but there's items that just let you play it with every build, and I'm really effing sick of it if I'm being honest, so. If I were you, I would just go the armor straight away. That way you don't have to respec. Yeah, I have a lot more fun building endurance and armor and dodge than I do. Oh, here's a 10,000 shield that I have. Boy, I hope I don't get hit for more than 10k or I'm just going to instantly die. They are going to nerf ward. That's 100%. Mike already said on his stream that ward is overtuned. That's code word for kiss your ward goodbye next season. No, ward is... They don't need to nerf it into oblivion. If you're playing a sorcerer, if you're playing a spellblade, if you're playing, you know, a rune master, anything that's, if you're playing an Acolyte, if you're supposed to be playing Ward, then for the love of God, play Ward. That's fine. I don't mind playing Ward on my Rune Master. I mind playing Ward on my fucking Rogue. It doesn't make any sense at all. I'm not supposed to be playing Ward on my Rogue. That's just stupid. I don't like that. So I'm not doing it. And maybe I'll die for it, and that's fine. You died on this build at 99.6. Same thing happened to my Falconer. Died at 99.6. You missed the lightning damage on your slam. But you got the throwing thing, right? The throwing thing was absolutely required. So you got the thing that you had to get to even play the build. The lightning damage is just like a cherry on top. I don't even care about my damage still. I care about my survivability. I want to hit my health slams. On my planner, my guy has 3,300 health. I want to get at a minimum to within 500 of that. I can't click this. What's happening? This build has no damage problems. It's mana problems and defense problems only. I don't got any damage problems whatsoever. Burke, it's going good, buddy. How are you? We're just leveling at the marksman, waiting for the POE thing. The stream is starting soon. We will be watching it. I'm very excited. Okay, let's go here. Zizrin sent me a DM. He said, join me in my anti-early start crusade. Dude, every single day, I get so many offers from sponsors for doing illegal things. I have so many offers for sponsors about, Rax, I will pay you so much money to promote our level boosting website or our gold trading site. I don't get too many gambling sponsorship offers. I get it sometimes. Where they want me to go play in a poker tournament or something. Go for it, man. Nah. Again, I'm very happy with... I'm already making a lot more revenue than I ever thought I ever would in my life. I don't need to nickel and dime you guys with dog shit that you're not interested in. And I don't need to compromise my morals and integrity just to increase the bottom line further. I will continue to be the same person, and I will continue to only take sponsorships that I think might actually be fun and gain some interest from you guys. And that's it. There will be no different strategy ever used. Path of Exile wants to sponsor me. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna do a sponsorship in a week from one of my favorite sponsors ever. I love this company. I love their products. I wish they would sponsor me every freaking day, and that is Factor. Have you guys ever eaten Factor food? I fucking love it. I love Factor. Their chicken enchiladas are godly. No kappa. They're going to do a sponsorship. I'm going to order a giant box of chicken enchiladas, and then they're going to arrive, and then I'm going to eat them on stream, and then I'm going to eat every single one of them off stream, and then I'm going to beg them to sponsor me again. I wish they would just send me an endless shipment of chicken enchiladas. Factor is real good. I love their food. It's so good. It's like TV dinners, but just way higher quality. You put it in the microwave, heat it up, done. It's like those shitty frozen TV dinners at the store, except they're actually good. Dude, every time Factor messages me, I just instantly shit my pants. I just get so excited. Because it means I'm going to get free chicken enchiladas. I don't know if they deliver to Europe. I'll have all the details when we do the campaign. You know how usually everyone gets that one time, they get that one shot to make a recommendation that you really don't think you should do. But then you go and do it and you're like, "Oh wait. Okay, that was actually good." I want to use my one time. When I do my Factor sponsorship in 7 days, order a box. It'll be some huge discount. It'll be like 75% off your first box or something. I don't know. We'll see what it is. Try it. Order one box. If you don't like it, you can call me names. You can say I'm full of shit. I'm putting my name on the line. Try it. Try one box. You got nothing to lose. Well, you have something to lose. You have like $20 to lose. That's not that bad. I'm telling you. I'm telling you honestly. I'm going to order a giant box, the biggest box they'll allow me to order of chicken enchiladas. I'm going to eat them all. I've spent more on dumber things. You're going to like it. I'm telling you. It's good food. I will take every Factor sponsorship ever for the rest of my life.
Might have to drop something.
They should just perpetually sponsor me. Please help, my game is bugged. Send a bug report. Escape. Send bug report. Check that you're unable to progress. Check to show a screenshot and describe exactly what the problem is. EHG will get back to you. Plunderstorm is Fortnite mixed with WoW. Why am I not exciting? Or WoW Plunderstorm is Fortnite within WoW. Why are you asking why don't I play it? I don't know. This is the first time I've ever heard it. Is this the Battle Royale? Is this the Battle Royale in WoW that I've been hearing about? Is that what this is? Damn it. Callie, can we settle down, please? Yeah, relax. Relax. You know, Callie just turned 11, and Border Collies are known as one of the absolute highest intelligence dog breeds. Her intellect is just, it's actually pretty damn crazy. But, the unfortunate thing here is I think Callie is starting to get a little bit cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. She's nowhere near as sharp as she used to be. She is barking at nothing. She's very confused. Things that she knew how to do before, now her mind is slipping a little bit, isn't it, Callie? You used to be such a genius. That's okay. We still like you the same. But she just does it. Definitely, it seems like in the last 4 months, something with her mind is slipping a little bit. Something's slipping a little bit, Callie. I wonder what it is. I think you're just getting old. Sounds like she's fine. It's that there's just ghosts in my apartment. Maybe. Yeah, that could be. Maybe there's just ghosts in my apartment, but I don't think so. I don't think so. But maybe. This is way better than mine. So let us fix it. Let's seal this off. This needs to be health. This needs to be damage with a dagger. Okay, that was some of the most beautiful crafting I've ever seen in my life. I don't think area with detonating arrow is going to help me. Maybe? What other prefixes could I get? I could get mana, I could get dex, I could get vite. There's so many. Let's try chaosing it. Let's see what happens. That was some incredible crafting right there. Let me see something. Yeah, let's just chaos this. Nope. Chance to gain a dusk shroud when hit. That's probably not the worst thing I could have gotten. So this has way more armor. It caps my endurance, gives me mana regen, should give me a massive amount of health, has more damage. That was I just gained 400 health. 400 health is what I just gained right there. And my endurance now is 58%. all my... So now I'm starting to be a real... Now I'm almost a real... a real character here. I should spec into it in my passives, the Dusk Shroud. And where... Okay. Dusk Shroud. This. I like this. Yes, I like this. Why don't I have this? Do I not take this? I love defense. Why don't I have this? What can I get rid of here? Maybe I don't need these points, maybe? You took the dex and the health. The only thing I took in the marksman tree is the dex. 8 dex is pretty godly though, isn't it? Eight dex and bosses can't dodge against you. This is pretty good though. What if instead we got rid of this? I lose the extra damage from movement and the movement. I only mean I put 4 extra points into this. I put 5 in the final planner. I don't think we need 5 points. We only need 1 here. We put 4 extra points here. That would put 4 here instead. Then I need to find 1 more point somewhere. Okay, so let's fix this. So here, this. I don't want this. Instead, I don't want to give up the 8 dex. I don't want to give that up. I could put 4 here. And then, where could I take away? I'm not even sure that we need this haste stuff at all, because if you play the trap version, I think it gives you the haste. I don't think we can give up anything here. Maybe this. Maybe I could take away 2 here and go like... And go... where's it? It's... Oh, I didn't put them in yet. There. Okay. Okay, I think that's good. Okay. Let's save that. That's a good idea. I like that. By the way, in my planner, do I have capped poison res? Yes, I do. I still have capped poison res. Okay, good. Nice. I have 1 point unspent. Do? How did that happen? How did that happen? That's not how I calculated it. Let me see. Okay, whatever. Then I would put it back into here. Okay. Nice. That's even better. Good idea. Man, this planner's starting to look real good. Rhythm seems to be not worth it. The thing is if you play the trap version, some things are different. I think you get auto haste from the traps. So I think you can actually drop the entire haste thing. Because isn't haste binary? You either have it or you don't have it. I think when you play the trap thing that you always have haste. No, everything is not like that because everything, a lot of things have different like scales to them. Like 1 stack of haste, 2, 3. Am I going to push corruption? Yeah, but remember I'm playing hardcore. So when a hardcore player pushes corruption, the first thing you have to do is make your build, right? I don't have my full build made. When I have my full build, then yes. We'll see what we can do here until the guy dies. Yeah, anything that also gives damage while you do it, we won't get rid of. But if there's a node that just grants you haste, I think you can actually get rid of it. Yeah, like what I'm saying is you can't get stacks of haste, can you? Can't have like 10 stacks of haste. So I think Acid Flask automatically gives you haste. So if you play this version of the build that I'm playing, I don't think you need the passives that make haste better, but you don't need any passives that grant haste.
Easy.
You really like Factor. Your wife tried it for a diet and you stole a few of hers, and there haven't been that many that you tried that you didn't like. Just get chicken enchiladas, man. Why would you get any of the other ones? They're the best. No, they're all pretty good, but still. What I said stands. Why don't you just get all chicken enchiladas? Like, am I the only one dumb enough where I can just eat chicken enchiladas for every meal and be fine? Alright, I need to look at all the subs here. I've been tunnel visioning here. Not now. Okay, let's see. Typically drunk. Thank you for the sub. Burrs gifted $4 for the melee detonating arrow build. Do we not want 100% crit chance since you can't leech health? So there is a roll that you can get on one of your weapons, which is health on melee hit. Get 1 roll on your daggers and you'll be alive forever. Another thing is, I think it's okay to go without any kind of leech. I mean, I never get hit. I get hit like once every 3 echoes one time. I just press potion. I just drink a potion and there we go. So I don't really think leech is super required on this build, because the whole idea is you're not even supposed to get hit by anything. So I don't think leech is like super important. So I think you could play without it, but if you want leech, 1 health on hit roll should keep you alive forever. Unless you get one-shotted. 300 bits, slow learner. Not having a treasure goblin in an ARPG is a crime. Seeing a little golden creature that will drop fat loot run away from you is peak adrenaline. I want to be forced to chasing those little bastards in groups of rares to die for my avarice. Couldn't agree with you more. Tony, thanks for the raid, man. What's up, dude? Zoax, Kappa, Kreppel, thank you so much for the subs. Professor Falcon just gifted 5 subs. This guy is a god. Thank you, Professor. Runebeast, thanks for the raid. Skoden, thank you for the prime. Thank you, Professor. Sorry it took me 7 minutes to see that. I'm brand new to streaming. Maybe if I practice every day for 5 years, I'll learn how to do it. You can slam and exalt with a sealed affix. The sealed affix will not be considered. It only considers the 4 affixes on the base item. You can slam it, but it will not consider the sealed thing. God, my allergies are killing me. Well, I did 90% of this run. I didn't even look at my screen. I ran in random directions and threw traps down. Doesn't get much easier than that. Do I have a storm carved testament? Maybe. I don't know. I have a lot of unique. Is that a unique? I have a lot of uniques that I don't know what their names are or what they do. And we got a lot of Joe Satriani fans in the chat. You know, my trap just casually hit that monster for 203,000. Not to mention there's 10,000 of them flying everywhere. Scotton, Apache, Borka, Benzel, thank you so much for the subs, guys. Forward we go. We got some bosses. They're dead. Okay. Oh, good fight, boys. Good fight, good fight. Good fight, good fight. Taste of blood. Don't need that. Okay. Can we get the... Is this the lightning? Thank you for the loot filter. It's godly. You're welcome, man.
That was close.
Damn, how's this guy still alive? This guy's a god. All res. Oh, that's so beautiful. Definitely the all res. Wow. I replaced something that did nothing with something that's godly. Thank God. I love all res. Look at my resistances. Wow. Okay. 1 LP is bad. 2 LP. 61 with -5. Excusey. Excusey. Okay. 61 and -5. That's not a low roll. That's almost perfect. 65 is the cap. I could take 2 points out of Raptor Wings for 1 point in Crimson Shroud for the 15% damage over time and the bleed. Okay, Raptor Wings. I'm guessing this is in Falconer. Okay, and the idea here is to do what? Crimson Shroud. Now we have to find where Crimson Shroud is. Does applying the bleed do anything for us? I guess even 1 point here would be strong. I don't know if I would get rid of this. I think instead I would get rid of this, maybe. Maybe I'd go like this. Wait, oh, we need 2 points. Does the bleed do anything for us? It's just for the less damage over time. Okay, this doesn't help us. Okay. All right. You want to know what I'm thinking about doing? I'm thinking about getting rid of Raptor Wings entirely and maybe picking up this instead for the mana regen. What if we took the dodge rating and the mana regen instead of 5% damage? Is 5% damage that important? I doubt it. 5% damage for 5 points versus this. And then we take 1 out of here like this. This gives me... I think this is better. Nice. This build is so pretty. You should be hitting... Are we actually gaining these, though? We'll have to see if we're actually gaining them. We need to make sure that we're actually gaining these, but... Let me go here and respec. Let's go over to POE after we do this, because the big POE announcement is coming, and I'm very excited. So let's respec out of this. Maybe we respec here. We'll take those 8 points last. And then... Okay, so now I have 11 points. I will take... I'm not even sure. Do we even need 5 points in here? We might not even need 5. We might be able to get away with just 1. Yeah, I need to test this with 1 point. I'm going to try it with 1 point and see what happens. If I do that with 1 point, then we can pretty much get this raptor wings back. Let's do this. Okay, let's see if I can gain... Let me go to the test dummy. Let me just run a... Let's just run a... Do I need anything in the fire thing? I can get 320 armor in the fire thing. Okay, so let's go here. I can use the attack speed slam and save the points. Which points? I wasn't doing it for the attack speed. I was doing it for the... Are you talking about the Crimson thing? Jules, 52-month resub. Are you kidding me? Moxie is here. Our child will be born wearing blue. Oh my god, yes. Alright. What is this? That's flow. Do these things even work? Dust Shroud. I just got it there. Okay, I have the Dusk Shroud. Look at how often I have this up, guys. Seems like I pretty much never have it up. There it is right there. Okay, I never have this up, right? There it is right there. And the other thing, I haven't seen it spawn 1 time. The other thing doesn't seem to be spawning at all.
They won't forget that one.
You said there was a Dusk Shroud node for detonating arrow? Whatever this is, whatever is happening here is not working. So let me figure out why. On explosive trap. One point here would be good, but where do we... Oh, I'm doing acid flasks. Okay, so with the acid flask thing, we gotta grab it from passives. With the non-acid flask, then we would get it just in the node. But I need to understand why this is barely working. So let's go to the target dummy. 7 minutes. Okay, we're going to switch over. We will switch over here. Let me just try this for 2 seconds. It's not up at all. Let's try this one over here. Okay, so this doesn't even work. So this node doesn't even work. So it only procs when you are hit. Oh. It says when you use a melee attack and hit an enemy. I bet you it doesn't count because it's the trap. What if I swing detonating arrow? Now it's applying. If I swing. And if I don't swing, it doesn't work. So these nodes don't even work. Okay, well now we know. Then swing. No, that is exactly what we don't want to do. We are not going to be swinging. This Crimson Shroud thing doesn't work either. I never have this buff. Can I get this buff when I'm swinging, Crimson Shroud? There it is. So these nodes just straight up don't work. Okay, let's go to Path of Exile here. These nodes don't work. You're playing it right now and you get 10 stacks with it. I'm not sure how because I'm getting 0, look. I don't get any stacks of anything. I think what, or do you guys have this node? Do you guys have this node right here, smoke traps? Do you have smoke traps? Those of you who are saying that you're getting it are using smoke traps. It works if you have this. But I'm going acid flask. And Crimson Shroud caps at 3 stacks anyway, yeah. Okay, let's switch over here. All right, let's move over to edit the thing to Path of Exile 2. Or Path of Exile. There we go. And let's pull up the stream. It's on Twitch, I'm guessing, right? Path of Exile is live. Starts in 3 minutes. I will turn the volume up a lot to where we had it yesterday. That's where we had it yesterday. Let me edit YouTube to say POE. By the way, somebody gifted 10 memberships. Ozzy, thank you, my dude. Appreciate you. Cajun gifted 10. Frenzy, Ghost Dragon, First, Sinzel, Kedding, thank you so much for the subs. 2 minutes. Be right back.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. Welcome to our livestream. We have a busy lineup today with announcements for Path of Exile 2, as well as the exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Necropolis, which launches on March 29th. For the first time ever, we'll be releasing this expansion simultaneously on all platforms, PC, Mac, and console. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your suffering back attachment. Today's stream will start with Path of Exile 2, where Jonathan will show you our latest announcements. Mark will then take you on a deep dive into the new Path of Exile Necropolis Challenge
How's
League,
the volume,
which
guys?
launches in 1 week.
Good?
He'll cover the league mechanics, its deep crafting system, large endgame changes, some improvements to the core Path of Exile campaign, and finally some quality of life features. We'll then show you our new supporter packs, and we'll head into a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask us your questions from Twitch chat. After the livestream, we'll drop the full patch notes.
Hey guys, it's time to chat about POE2 again. It's only been a few months since we talked about the Mercenary, and yet even since then a huge amount has changed. When we announced the Mercenary, we also showed off a lot of the new capabilities that our engine has around animation and character control. Moving while shooting was a huge deal in that class, but there were a lot of other more subtle things going on to make it feel good too. Well, in recent times we've only been showing off new character classes, but one thing I've been really excited about is to go back and apply all the new ideas and capabilities that we have to our old classes too. Today I'd like to show off the Ranger, and I hope that you guys like what you see.
Tornado shot Deadeye. Let's go.
I've lived in this forest all my life. And if there's one thing I've learned, it's that a ranger must never miss. A beast will hunt you, but it is the cruelty of man I fear.
I'll take your finger!
There is no truly escaping the
I'm gonna
count's
take notes
justice.
over here a little bit on my other screen.
Your sentence is to be hanged from the
take some
neck
notes
until
here.
dead. Let your souls feed the first ones, and your bodies feed the land. After her!
This
Oh yeah, the
exile
drops
has
are on.
changed me.
Yeah,
No
I have the
more
drops
running.
on too.
No more fear.
You won't get away this
If
time.
you watch it here with me, you will get the drops. On Twitch only, right?
I
just
will
started.
put an end to this madness. Let this be a warning, Gianor. I'm coming for you next.
It's looking good.
Let the hunt begin.
When we started to work on the Ranger, we knew we had to make a class with high agility. The dream of fast bow gameplay is Legolas, so that's what we wanted to deliver. The starting point is moving while shooting a bow. Any kind of basic arrow skill can be fired while moving, with a movement penalty. This immediately gives you a lot more freedom on the battlefield. Here I'm starting each battle with a poison burst arrow to poison groups of enemies, then using a lightning arrow to arc lightning around larger packs. For even more mobility, we also have a variety of skills that involve vaulting around the battlefield too. This is Frost Escape. Using it jumps backwards and shoots a freezing arrow at the ground. Really useful if monsters close on you and you need to get away. Once you've landed, if monsters were frozen, it'd be nice to have some way to take advantage of that extra time. This is where Snipe comes in. Snipe is a skill shot that you need to charge up and release at exactly the right time. If you land the right timing, Snipe is guaranteed to produce a critical strike, and does a small AoE as well, so it's a great finisher. You can also move while shooting arrow rain skills too. This skill
Typical
is
Ranger.
Lightning Rod.
Gets
It
hit
shoots
once.
an arrow into the air that sticks
Dies.
into the ground and does a small AoE. Once the rods are in the ground though, they attract any arcs of lightning that are nearby, causing them to explode again. This means you can stack up a bunch of lightning rods on the ground and bounce lightning between them, doing way more damage. Now this takes care of packs pretty well, but for bigger enemies I'd like to have something that's going to enhance my damage output too. This skill is Stormcaller Arrow. Using it sticks an arrow into an enemy. After a short period of time, a lightning bolt comes from the sky and strikes them. This has a high chance to shock them, and shocked enemies take 30% more damage from all sources. If something big walks along, it's a good idea to throw one of these at them first to enhance your damage before following up with the other combo. Now if I really want to enhance this combo, there are a couple of things I could do using our support gem system. Skills in Path of Exile are granted by items called skill gems. Each skill gem has coloured sockets in it, and these sockets are for other items called support gems. Support gems modify your skills, and it's where a huge amount of the customization of your
It's
character
like
comes from.
Ranged
First,
Wolverine.
I'm going to take this multiple projectile support gem. I could add it to my lightning arrow, and it would fire multiple arrows. This would increase the number of targets I can hit, but that isn't the effect that I'm after. If I add it to my lightning rod skill instead, then when I fire it, I get a nice group of rods. This means that I don't have to spend as much time setting up before I can use it with my lightning arrow combo.
I've always dreamed of multiple rods.
I might also add faster projectiles to make the lightning rods land faster too. Now next up I'm going to grab
just
this
agreeing
chain
with him,
support
guys.
gem. Chaining causes many effects to repeat on new targets when you hit them. If I add it to my lightning arrow, it will cause the arcs that come out of lightning arrow to strike even more targets, rippling along my line of lightning rods for huge amounts of damage. Now I think we can use support gems to improve Stormcaller arrow as well. Let's start simple. I'm going to chuck less duration on here. This will cause the lightning from the sky to strike a bit faster. Next up we have a support called Shock Proliferation. This support makes it so that any enemies shocked by the skill will also have the shock jump to nearby enemies, meaning they'll take the extra damage as well. It's just a chance to proc, so it's not going to proc on every single pack, but when it does, a pack will go down ultra quick. Another useful empowering skill is Barrage. Barrage is one of the rare cooldown skills in POE2. It enhances whatever your next attack is to fire 3 times. With what we have here, I think it might be a good idea to use it with Lightning Arrow. It'll generate 3 times as many lightning explosions. You could also use it at just the right moment with Snipe, or any number of other skills depending on what effect you need more of right now. It's very versatile and can be used in a range of situations. Now, even as mobile as the Ranger is, it's still very useful to slow monsters down, and a Ranger certainly has quite a few tools to do this. If you're prepared to get up close and personal, we have a skill called Electrocuting Rod. First, jump over the enemy and shoot it into them. Once the rod's in place, any lightning damage they take will build up a special electrocute gauge. Once the gauge is full, the monster is totally suppressed, allowing you to kill them easily. Now sometimes when you use Electrocuting Rod, the enemy dies before you get a chance to electrocute them. I think there's another support gem I could add to my lightning arrow to fix this problem. Neural Overload will make it easier to electrocute enemies. If the skill it's attached to puts them over 50% of their electrocute bar, it will trigger instantly. Now this skill works really well for suppressing a single large enemy, but I'd like to improve my crowd control ability for groups as well. I'm going to add a support gem called Frozen Nexus to my Frost Escape. This makes an area of chilled ground around frozen enemies. I'll also add Deep Freeze to it as well, which will make the freezes last a bit longer. Now when I use my Frost Escape on that front enemy, others nearby are slowed down. It would also be good if I had a way to slow enemies down when they're farther away from me as well. So this would be a great time to start getting into the Ranger's poison and plant-based skill set. To start with, let's have a look at Vine Arrow. This skill fires an arrow into the air that creates a small plant where it lands. The plant sends out tendrils to nearby enemies, slowing them down and poisoning them. But it does have another function too. If the plant gets further poison, it transfers that poison to the monsters it's attached to. Normally you would only be able to get 1 stack of poison on a monster at a time, but you can put as much poison as you want on this plant. You could just use the plant to slow monsters down and not worry about the poison part, but if you want to go all in on poison, this is the way to do it. Now if you do want to focus on poisons more, another useful skill is Poison Bloom Arrow. This skill creates these plant pustules on the ground. If you wait a little while, they'll explode. Just like any other plant skill, these plants respond well to poison. Shoot the Poison Burst arrow at enemies nearby and watch your plants grow more and more powerful. Poisoning the pustules causes them to do much more damage and makes them explode much faster as well. I can also add the Pierce support to Poison Burst arrow. Doing this will mean I get multiple poison bursts as it goes through each monster. We also have another skill to make a nice environment for your plants to grow. Gas Cloud Arrow. This skill shoots the ground and creates a cloud of gas that continuously poisons things inside it. Throw your plants down, then put a gas cloud on top. The constant poisoning will make them grow. Another poison-related skill we have on the Ranger is called Plague Bearer. This is a reservation skill, meaning it uses spirit. When I enable it, I get this counter that counts up whenever I apply poison to a monster. You can see the counter on the skill increasing as each new monster is poisoned. Now I'm going to fight these monsters and make sure to poison them as much as I can to build up the counter.
God, this game looks fun. Fart arrow, nice!
It does take quite a while to get the counter up to 100%, but it's worth it. Whenever I choose, I can unleash the poison in a big explosion around my character, dealing a large amount of damage.
Is this build sponsored by Taco Bell?
Now next up we have a classic, Rain of Arrows. It's simple. Shoot a bunch of arrows in the sky and they rain down for a short time. It's decent AoE and damage at long range. Now this skill doesn't last too long, but we can change that. It's time to introduce Frenzy Charges. Frenzy Charges are used for a variety of skills on the Ranger, but with Rain of Arrows they can be used to extend the duration. How do we get some though? Here we have a skill called Sniper's Mark. Put it on an enemy and it will grant you a Frenzy Charge when you crit them. Now remember that snipe skill from earlier? That skill guarantees a critical hit. So first we Sniper's Marked an enemy, then we sniped them. And after that, the next Rain of Arrows will last a really, really long time.
That's too many
Still
buttons.
have some weaknesses
Need spin
though.
to win.
While Rain of Arrows hits enemies with a ton of arrows, each one doesn't do much damage individually. It would be nice if we had a way to break the armor on enemies so that Rain of Arrows dealt more damage. Thankfully, we have this Corrode Armor support gem, and we can put it on our Gas Cloud arrow. Corrode Armor causes poison to erode the armor on targets until it's all gone. This will significantly increase the damage that Rain of Arrows does against armored targets. Oh yeah, and one more thing about gas clouds. They can be detonated with explosions. I have an explosive arrow here. Let's check it out.
Turns it into a huge fireball.
Now, because monsters and gas clouds are likely to have their armor broken, I think there's another useful combo we can do. This is an exploit weakness support. This support provides extra bonus damage to targets that have their armor broken. Perfect for what we have going on here. So, those are just some of the skills we have on the Ranger class in Path of Exile 2. Now that we've seen all these skills, let's see how well they do against a much tougher enemy. It's time to fight the boss of the temples, Thanos.
Thanos?
Never ends. Glorious radiance.
I prefer Tomb Lord personally.
Chaotic power.
If every dungeon doesn't have Tomb Lord in it, it's gonna be garbage.
Exalted are the worthy. Behold, true power. Glorious radiance. Exalted are the worthy. Chaotic power.
The poison seems to do a lot of damage when he lays it under him and builds up the poison.
Exalted are the worthy.
Look at that attack. The orbiting fireball attack.
Exalted are the worthy. exalted are the worthy. Aria, I have found your next bearer.
Kill swiftly and move on. This is how you survive.
Whoa. Those are some godly
That's
drops.
the Ranger. But oh yeah, there was one more thing. The mount. Check this out. Yes, you can ride a rower. While riding the rower, you can shoot arrows with no movement penalty. It's pretty overpowered. You can also use your vaulting skills to jump right off the rower's back. Once the rower doesn't have a rider, it starts attacking monsters, so he's nice to have around, even if you're not riding him. That said, if you are riding, don't get hit. If you take a heavy stun while on a rower, you'll fall off, and it takes a while to get up, so be careful. So that's what we wanted to show you today.
That's going to be
Now, there
fun.
is just one more rather unfortunate bit of news. Path of Exile 2's beta is going to be delayed. We previously said that we would get the beta out on June 7th, and while I think we would be able to get the game's content ready in time, we underestimated how long it would take to get gameplay polished to a standard that we're happy with.
It's fine.
We're still going to be doing alpha testing in June, but we're going to be delaying the beta until later in the year. I don't have an exact date for you today, but it should be towards the end of the year.
If it's
In the
not,
meantime, you can still play Path of Exile 1, of course.
if it's not
Now,
ready,
speaking of POE1,
don't
we also have
release
the
it.
324 expansion to announce. I'm going to hand over to Mark, the game director on POE1, to show us what's in store.
If it's not
We had
ready,
a lot of fun making
don't
this
release
one.
it.
So let's just get straight into it with the trailer for Path of Exile Necropolis.
I don't care at all. It's fine. But that makes me think I don't even know if we're getting POE2 in 2025. Might be 2026 now. Possible.
Our job is to keep them where they belong.
We might not get POE2 in 2025 anymore.
It's your first night, so you'll need this. A ghostly lantern for ghastly tinkering. You'll learn to peer into the souls of the dead. You'll learn how to twist them. Meet me in the necropolis. You can pilfer shiny things from a corpse, but you can pilfer glorious things from a soul. I need a gravedigger.
Quality of life.
The job's hard, but the pay's good. What do you say?
In the Necropolis League, you will encounter Undertaker Aramor, a man collecting the scattered spirits of the Eternal Empire for a mysterious purpose.
Taking some notes here.
These spirits have begun to haunt the monsters of Rayclast, unleashing their ancient fury and sorrow onto the world. The Undertaker will provide you with the Lantern of Aramor, a powerful family heirloom which can illuminate the wrathful spirits haunting monsters throughout Rayclast. With it, the Undertaker hopes to implore you to rid Rayclast of this menace,
Thank you
and
so much for
further
all the
his
subs,
cryptic
guys.
cause. The lantern can be used when entering any new area. When peering through it, you can examine the spirits haunting that area. The lantern also allows you to manipulate them, letting you configure which monsters are affected by which mods. It would be wise to take your time with your decisions here, for the spirits are not forgiving. When peering through the lantern, you can also see extra details about the packs of monsters in the area. Rowers here are considered common, whereas the water elementals are more scarce. If you want things to be easier, you can put the more difficult spirits on the elementals, which you'll encounter less often.
Okay.
We've tried to make sure that by engaging with the lantern, you are able to intelligently control the difficulty in the Necropolis League. The spirits come in a number of forms which represent the danger they pose. For example here, the infested vultures are servant haunted, causing them to deal a small amount of increased damage. But the Vol's Vanguard are noble haunted, causing them to deal a large amount of increased damage. As you reach higher level areas in Rayclast, the tier and number of spirits that are haunting monsters will generally increase. Your game knowledge can help you here. If you're aware of the composition of a monster pack, this means certain mods will be easier to manage. For example, the mod that increases a pack's damage for every monster killed has no effect on packs with a single monster, like a Devourer. However, if we found a spirit that makes the strongest monster in a pack deal 100% more damage, well, I'm going to avoid the Devourer. You might have noticed that the Lantern of Aramor provides other useful information, such as the types of abilities monsters use, or the damage types they deal. So for those who are less familiar with how these monsters work, this can be a great way to learn what you're up against.
Fine.
The
POE is
spirits
going
are
to help us
constantly
learn the
moving throughout
game?
Rayclast. So if you are finding a campaign area too difficult, you can just wait a few minutes and peer through the lantern again to see what's changed. Of course, powerful spirits beget powerful rewards. There are two reasons why you might want to face a challenge now and then. Firstly, not all the spirits are malicious. Sometimes the monsters aren't haunted at all, but are instead devoted. These can grant basic rewards like increased experience, or bigger rewards like spawning the Nameless Seer, an NPC that will grant you a single unique item after you defeat all of the packs affected by that spirit.
Wow.
The more haunted monsters you defeat in the previous area before using the lantern, the more likely the devoted monsters will appear in the next area. Monsters haunted by higher tier spirits will increase the chance of the devoted appearing even more, meaning that sometimes it's worth putting the hardest modifier possible on very common monsters, if you're brave enough. Again, we've tried hard here to allow players to customize the danger and rewards as much as they can. Aramor is an Undertaker, and you can probably guess what we're taking to him. The second main reward from the Necropolis League is monsters with unresolved anguish. Once slain, their corpses need extra care from the Undertaker, and he will offer to take them back to his necropolis and store them in the morgue. Time to earn your keep. When you are ready, you can visit the morgue to view the monsters you have collected, and then get to work burying them in one of many graves in Aramor's cemetery. For example, we will bury this Katava's Herald. Aramor's mysterious soul experiments can coalesce powerful items. Here I've chosen to create a pair of boots.
Of Lunaris, heal your pains and aid this soldier, so that you may grace them with fleetness.
These boots are useful for my character, but aren't exactly what I hoped for. And this is where the Necropolis crafting system really shines. You'll have noticed that the corpse we collected earlier had a crafting effect on it. In fact, all collected corpses do. If you bury multiple corpses in the cemetery, all adjacent corpses can be exercised at once to create one item. All of the crafting effects on those corpses will apply to that same item. This allows you to have either one or many different crafting projects ongoing in the cemetery. For example, next time I try to create boots, I could bury corpses that increase the chance of getting move speed modifiers. To go further, I could use these to generate higher tier modifiers. Then, I could try to bias it towards being an evasion pair with this. Finally, I'll apply some crafting effects that improve the probability of getting good rolls. Now, let's craft our item and see what we get.
What an awesome idea. The guy takes the bodies, buries, puts them on the morgue, you bury them, and
As
then
you can
craft.
see now, we have a much better pair of boots, forged from the souls of our enemies. You could even use the entire cemetery to craft one item. There is always something you can do to try and ensure your item will be as best as it can be. We hope to see some really crazy grave crafts. If you are lucky, you might find corpses with meta crafting modifiers. These can be buried to manipulate your crafting projects in more drastic ways.
What an
This one
incredible
increases the
idea.
potency of all crafting effects of adjacent undead corpses. Another meta crafting modifier gives a chance to drop an extra item from your craft, with all the same crafting outcomes applied. All you have to do is bury a lot of undead monsters.
May the ferocity of Throldana free you of your anguish and aid this soldier, so that you may shield them from harm.
You can also craft new unique items exclusive to the Necropolis League using this system. As you explore Rayclast, you might find the corpses of famous Eternal Empire families. And when you bury an entire family together and exorcise them, they will thank you with a unique specific to their lineage.
Can bury entire families.
Spread the story of the Eternal Empire far and wide, so that all may...
For example, the Nivalius Inheritance Belt. I'll give you a moment to check that out. You can use other
You didn't
corpses
give us-
alongside them to grant implicit mods,
Liar!
manipulate the values of
I
explicit
got
mods,
to read 2
and more.
words.
In this case, with the Parandus Pact, you can even change the modifiers it generates.
What a debate.
This unique is a jewel which adds extra stats to passive skills in a radius when socketed into the passive skill tree. The stats it adds are randomly generated, but you can bias it towards a specific type by using other crafting effects, such as this one, which increases the chance of getting life modifiers. Let's see what we get.
So that you may empower a foe the mighty lion I would be proud of.
Damn, we didn't get it this time. I guess we're gonna have to go and collect more corpses. Of course, you can trade the corpses away to other players. All you need to do is purchase empty coffins from the Undertaker and use them on your corpses in the morgue, which will itemize them. Another item in the Necropolis League that you can find are Embers of the All-Flame. These are monster spirits that remain living in the All-Flame, a powerful ancient artifact of Rayclast, and you can set them free by placing them in the Lantern of Aramor and defeating them. These embers drop throughout Rayclast as itemized packs of monsters. You are able to use these packs to replace the packs in areas. For example, we have found this All-Flame Ember of Tarfoa. We can now go to enter the next area and replace one of the monster packs in here. You can see we have also gotten one of the devoted modifiers to appear. We can pair up the Karui ancestors with this modifier, making them even more rewarding. Let's go ahead and replace the Tentacle Miscreations. However, when replacing packs, you want to double check their density, as the new pack will inherit the density of the replaced pack. The Karui ancestors we have now added to our area can even drop basic variations of tattoos. If you aren't aware, this is an item type from the Trial of the Ancestors League, which can be used on passive skills to change what they do. There are many different types of itemized packs. You can find Breach and Legion monsters that drop splinters, Untainted packs that provide insane amounts of experience, and even simple frogs, which can be used to replace difficult monsters to make life easier. And of
As the
course, these
frogs
Ember
almost
monsters
kill
can be
him.
raised as specters too. Finally, let's discuss how this league works in in-game maps. Each in-game map will allow you to manipulate it using the lantern on the map device UI. However, instead of randomly cycling every few minutes, it is fixed to that map. Once you view the map through the lantern, you cannot remove it from the map device, so you can't trade that map away now that you've seen it as too difficult for you, or has monsters in it that you'd rather avoid, like porcupines. We're also trying something new this time around. During the Necropolis League, there will be support for the League on the Atlas passive tree. Multiple clusters will be there, allowing you to enhance the gameplay, customize it, and even change its behavior in meaningful ways. One way that you can change the crafting in a meaningful way is with the Prospero's Wager Keystone. With this keystone, all the monsters with unresolved anguish come with this crafting modifier, which causes them to generate a random craft when buried. This means instead of pre-planning your crafts, you have to adapt to them on the fly to get the best results. These clusters will not be available in Standard League. In 3.24, we've made a plethora of changes to the endgame. We're introducing new bosses, adding another tier of maps, and streamlining the Atlas. The most difficult and most rewarding content in Path of Exile can be found in Uber Pinnacle bosses, such as the Maven and the Searing Exarch. Currently, the only way to access these bosses is by allocating specific keystones on the Atlas passive tree. While this system offers a nice element of control, it causes a problem. Rewards and access to the non-Uber variants are now economically priced around the rewards of the Uber fights. This means it is wasteful to run the non-Uber variants instead of simply selling them. Another problem that we noticed is the difficulty jump between the Pinnacle and Uber Pinnacle content was relatively large, and there wasn't obvious content that could bridge this gap. Many players would give up on their characters before being able to defeat the Uber Pinnacle bosses. In 3.24, we will be making some changes to this. We are removing the keystones that give access to the Uber Pinnacle bosses from the Atlas tree, and instead we'll be adding a new set of fragments that give you access to this content. Where do you get these fragments? We are adding a new tier of maps, Tier 17 maps, which not only give you access to the Uber Pinnacle content, but also test your characters in new ways. They feature a new set of bosses, Uber monsters, and a new tier of modifiers that can roll on the maps. There are 5 new Tier 17 maps in total, with some surprising boss fights at the end. We'll look at a couple today, and the rest you'll have to discover for yourself. First, we have the Citadel map. This map contains an ancient Kalguran citadel. You will encounter many expedition monsters as the signature packs throughout the map. At the end, you will fight Uber Uhtred. This is a version of a boss from Expedition League, with all its abilities and mechanics enhanced. Uber Uhtred will even be able to summon 2 other expedition bosses to aid it during the fight. Secondly, we have the Fortress map. This map is an impregnable fortress, guarded by monsters from the Heist League. At the end, you will encounter an Uber version of the Unbreakable. Again, it has enhanced abilities and mechanics you'll have to learn and overcome. Each of the Tier 17 map bosses has a chance to drop a unique item, allowing for some target farming. However, these aren't entirely new unique items. Instead, we've taken other unique items, removing them from the core drop pool and rebalancing them to fit here. One example is this reworked version of Wraithlord. It has 4 Abyss sockets, and allows you to summon an additional Spectre for each Ghastly Eye jewel socketed into it. Another example is Mana Storm. This has been rebalanced to grant a lot more damage than before, alongside some more impactful mana stats, if you can get lucky rolls. Alongside adding Tier 17 maps, we have also changed the Uber Pinnacle bosses to have completely distinct unique item drop pools from their non-Uber counterparts. This means there is a reason to farm both versions. Let's take a look at the Shaper versus the Uber Shaper. The Shaper will drop these uniques: Voidwalker, Shaper's Touch, Solstice Vigil, and Dying Sun. Whereas the Uber Shaper will drop these: Echoes of Creation, Sublime Vision, Entropic Devastation, Starforge, and a new unique belt called the Tides of Time. Another example of a new unique is this helmet from the Uber Eater of Worlds, Ravenous Passion, and these gloves from the Uber Searing Exarch, the Celestial Brace. Each of the Uber Pinnacle bosses has a new unique added to their drop pools. We've identified another major problem with the endgame we'd like to address. With every expansion added to the game, we have been increasing the complexity of running maps. It's at the point now where a player must repeatedly execute a large sequence of steps to run maps efficiently. It can be easy to forget critical steps, and it can be tiring to repeat them.
Yes, I
To
agree with
solve
that.
this, we are removing some systems, but are keeping what is good about them. The 2 main systems we've removed are Sextants and the Master Mission Selector. It is not our intention to dull the content, however. We have completely reworked Scarabs to include most of the options that were previously covered by those mechanics, and many, many more. Let's take a look at some of them. Commonly, you might find Scarabs that simply grant access to different content. Here, we have a Scarab that causes Beyond Demons to spawn when killing monsters in your maps. And here, we have one that adds a Delirium Mirror. Each type of Scarab now has multiple versions, so if you want to fully invest in a type of content, you can do so. Here's a suite of Ultimatum Scarabs. This Ultimatum Scarab adds an ultimatum encounter to a map. This Ultimatum Scarab of bribing then causes that ultimatum encounter to grant better rewards and its monsters to yield more experience. This Ultimatum Scarab of dueling will cause that ultimatum encounter to always guarantee the Trial Master boss fight at the end, assuming you can survive through all the rounds. This Ultimatum Scarab of catalyzing will cause all rewards from that ultimatum to be catalysts, instead of other rewards. And finally, this Ultimatum Scarab of inscription will cause all catalyst rewards from that ultimatum to be inscribed ultimatums instead. There are plenty of others. If you enjoy divination card farming, you might want to use these. This Divination Scarab of Curation causes more divination cards to drop for each different favoured map you have selected. But it also causes whatever map you're running to only drop divination cards from those favoured maps. So if you want to try and aim for your Mage Blood and don't want to just farm Crimson Temple, then this Scarab is for you.
Wow.
This Divination Scarab of Completion causes your divination cards to have a 20% chance to drop as a full stack instead, for maximum dopamine. Basically, there are now just a lot of Scarabs. You might have also noticed that they no longer have tiers. Scarabs are now all world drops. You can get them anywhere. Some might be rarer than others, but the intention is that there'll be a lot more options than before, and more interesting combinations to consider. If you want to target specific Scarabs, Betrayal has been updated to include most of them, and you will need to relearn which ones come from where. While this system is allowing you to heavily invest in one type of content, it is reducing your capacity for variety. To address this, we have massively increased access to content on the Atlas passive tree. You are now able to reliably get different leagues like Breach or Legion from just your Atlas passives. Regarding Master Missions, content such as Incursion, Delve, Betrayal, and Bestiary, these too are now accessible with Scarabs, and have more reliable investment options on the tree. Not only this, you can now get Jun, Einhar, Alva, and Nico to appear together in the same map. We have also removed some keystones such as Wandering Path, Grand Design, and Growing Hordes, but have added some new ones too. For example, Unwavering Vision, Back
Grants
to Basics,
20 passive points?
and Thorough Exploration. And we have added some new
Affliction
notables
Wisp?
such
They
as
put the
Remarkable
Wisp back in the
Relics,
game?
which allows you to try find better variants of Scarabs.
The Wisps?
Mounting Modifiers, which increases the values of modifiers on your maps by 2% for each explicit modifier. And Tainted Carapaces, which is just one in a
I don't
set
even
of
know what
many
an
that allow you to
Affliction
target
Wisp
farm
is.
specific types of Scarabs. These are just a few of the many new notables that can be found on the Atlas passive skill tree. Lastly, we are giving you more flexibility in what content you want to run in the endgame. In 3.24, you can now have multiple copies of the Atlas tree, which can be swapped between maps at your leisure.
Oh
You
my
can unlock
god,
up to 2
loadouts
extra
for the
trees
passive
for a total
tree?
of 3 by progressing through
Are
the
you
endgame
fisting me?
and completing core content. When you open a map, you can select which tree you would like to use. For a given league, you'll never feel constrained to playing your endgame a single way. You can also label your trees to easily identify which one has which content. With all this combined, we're hoping to see new endgame strategies shine through. While playing through the campaign in 3.24, you'll notice a myriad of small improvements and surprises. The fundamentals of the campaign are still intact, but we've scattered fun encounters and secrets throughout Rayclast. The Dweller of the Deep has been trapped. What are these ritual shrines doing in the Northern Forest? And why are they giving me omens? This device looks safe. I should definitely use this on my items. There are plenty more encounters to discover. We'll continue adding more surprises in future releases, so keep an eye out.
I'm guessing
In
that
the
that will
previous
have
expansion,
no effect
3.23,
whatsoever,
we
but
released a large number of transfigured skill gems.
you just run through the campaign
These
as
are
fast as you
alternate
can.
versions of
I
existing
don't know
skill
if that's
gems that
going to do
function in
anything.
very different ways, allowing for more build and gameplay variety.
Look at this thing.
At the time, our aspirations were higher than we could achieve. We planned more gems than we could make. So, in 3.24, we're adding another set of transfigured gems that we have now finished. Ice Shot, Incinerate, Artillery Ballista, Tornado, Elemental Hit, Kinetic Blast, Poisonous Concoction, and lastly, Summon Holy Relic. Hopefully those of you who missed your favourite skill having a transfigured variant will get that here. We will certainly be adding more of these in the future, especially for skills that are missing them still. Of course, we'll also be doing a balance pass on the existing transfigured gems. One of the main ones we're looking at is Kinetic Bolt of Fragmentation. As a result of this change, it is clear that the endgame potential of the Wander archetype really starts to suffer, mostly in the single target damage department. Due to this, we've added the new support gem, Sacred Wisps. This support gem causes supported skills to create 2 attached wisps for a duration. With these wisps, whenever you attack, they have a chance to also use the same skill, if you have enemies in your presence. And if there are any rare or unique enemies, they will always use the skill.
Holy shit, that looks fun.
That leads us into all the other quality of life features we're introducing in 3.24, and there's a shitload of them. Many of these have been revealed in teasers already, but here's a quick summary. We've added the automation and call to arms skill gems, for being able to trigger instant skills and war cries without having to bind them to left click.
Automation for skills.
You can now hold down Control and left click to automatically apply certain currency orbs until they achieve the desired result, or you run out. For example, you can hold down fusings until you reach maximum links. You will be able to control, shift, click currency into a trade window to automatically move all of that currency at once from your inventory. Detonate Dead now has clearer telegraphing effects. When harvest crafting, the item hover will always be visible, so you no longer have to mouse back and forth to see the results of your crafts. When you use a Val Orb on a map, the map no longer has a chance to become unidentified. Instead, it adds a new implicit. We've created a set of implicits that affect the areas in fun ways. Related to that, corrupted and mirrored items can now be identified. Breach hands now open upon approach, and no longer need to be clicked. Upgrades to Pantheon powers now apply to all characters in a league. You no longer need to grind Divine Vessels on each new character. With Harvest Crafting, you can now re-roll Uber Elder fragments. Fragments dropped by the Shaper cannot be re-rolled into fragments dropped by the Elder, and vice versa. Regarding Betrayal, we're removing Ashling's crafting bench as a reward. Instead, Veiled Orbs now perform that function. They remove a mod and replace it with a Veiled mod. These orbs now drop from Katarina and are no longer a world drop.
Thank
Flasks
God.
can now be corrupted by Val Orbs, giving random -10 to +10 quality. The capability to add extra quality to weapons, armors, and flasks has been removed from Betrayal. The Betrayal bench craft that converts an amulet to a talisman has been moved to Bestiary, and thus can be traded. Maven invitations no longer drop. Instead, when you have completed witnessing all bosses required to go to the Maven's arena, you can just talk to Kirak, and he'll open a map device window with the invitation already in there, ready to be rolled. Valdo's maps that granted invitations now give scarabs. No more having to waste Guardian kills to try get invitations to drop. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Solar and Eldritch packs.
Wow.
Each tier contains the full pack's face value and points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. These packs are only available for the duration of the Necropolis League, and will leave the store forever when it ends. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic, and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Solar series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Cosmos Weapon effect adorns your weapon with stars.
Okay, that's actually
Hitting
pretty
enemies
sick, though.
causes cosmic energy to spill out into the area around them.
Okay, that's actually
The
pretty
Radiant
sick, though.
Orb of Chance extra effect projects the outcome of items you've used an Orb of Chance on above your head. Remember to congratulate other exiles in town if you see them chance a powerful unique item. Shine boldly with the Solar Knight armor set. The power of the sun radiates from your body, getting more and more intense as you use skills and emitting solar flares as you run. With the Supernova level up extra effect, the dead will be raised from the ground around you. before being obliterated and turned to ash by an epic supernova whenever you level up. This one
Okay,
is my
that's pretty
personal
nice.
favorite. The Cosmic Turtle Hideout lets you travel the infinite expanse of the cosmos atop the back of a colossal turtle. Carry the
God,
weight of
these
the
guys
sun
are
on your
high
back
as
with the
shit when they
Solar
design
Guardian
these
back
things.
attachment. Witness it grow larger and larger as the energy of slain enemies is funneled into it. When it reaches its maximum size, it goes supernova and turns into a black hole, forever drifting throughout Rayclast. The Eldritch Pack series also has 6 exclusive microtransactions. Are you wondering if we moved the stash in the latest patch? Don't be fooled, because with the Mimic Stash Pet, players can transform into an image of a stash when in a town or hideout and scare unsuspecting exiles. This pet follows behind you with its terrifying hand-walking the rest of the time.
Oh God.
The Shaper's Slam finisher
You can
effect
pay to
sends
be a
slain
troll?
unique enemies into a
Final abyss of unending darkness.
The Eldritch Hunger armor set contains a beast that demands you
You
defeat
can
it by
pay to be a
embracing your
troll?
bloodlust. Watch it grow in power the more you kill until it
I don't know
bursts
if I
from the
like
shell
that
of the
one.
helmet. Are you able to satiate its hunger? The seed within the Corrupted Growth map device expands its grasp on your hideout the more maps you complete on your atlas. Equipping the Headhunter character effect causes skulls of slain rare enemies to whirl around you like trophies. They become enraged when you are near a rare enemy you are yet to kill, wishing for them to join your collection. Witness a reality where the struggle didn't exist, allowing the Eldritch Horrors to settle their own conflicts with the Eldritch Horror Apparition effect. Which of the Eater of Worlds or Searing Exarch do you think will win? These packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console, and will remain so during Path of Exile Necropolis. Meanwhile, the Shade and Disciple packs leave the store forever at the launch of Necropolis League, so now's your last chance to purchase them. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post Path of Exile Necropolis' full patch notes. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for Necropolis' release. Keep an eye on the news. On release weekend, we expect to launch the new Mystery Box and this season's Kerax Vault Pass. Thank you for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to doing some awesome gravecrafts and conquering the new endgame bosses with you next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
All right, so real quick, we're gonna watch the Q&A. Let me give you, if you missed part of it, let me give you my quick update here. Let me see here. So here are the, all right, so here are the notes that I took on the big announcement here. Grinding Gear Games absolutely frying. So first they showed us POE2, they showed us a Ranger. The main thing, I mean, they showed a bunch of different skills. It looks beautiful, great game. The main thing is you can ride a Roa, ride a bird around and shoot everything, which just looked absolutely godly. The sad thing here was POE2, the beta, I should say. The beta is delayed toward the end of the year, which this makes me think that POE2 might not come in 2025. Maybe it's going to be 2026. My opinion on this very strongly is don't let us play until you have it ready. It is 1,000 times better to delay it. We will play other games until then, but it was delayed. So the beta is not coming till the end of the year. For the Necropolis League, it looks absolutely godly. I'm constantly impressed by Grinding Gear Games, just imagination in creating things. You can adjust like spirits and buffs that they get as you go through different zones. They have tooltips for all the monsters to help new players learn the game. This is one of the only ways to learn the game, so that's nice. You kill monsters, the Grim Reaper comes and grabs them, puts them in the morgue, you move them from the morgue, and then you bury them to do crazy things like craft. You can bury entire families for uniques. You can change the monster types for very specific rewards in the zones, like you can get tattoos. I'll be honest with you, I don't even know what this is. I didn't play this league or Splinters. And they're going to put it in the passive tree. Then they're making a ton of quality of life improvements to the end game. They're putting in new bosses. The fragments that now spawn the Ubers now drop in T17, and the Ubers have a unique drop pool now because players were clearing like the initial bosses but not fighting the Ubers. And now that they have unique drop pools, now there's reasons to kill both bosses. The T17 maps drop the fragments. There's new bosses, new modifiers, and there's target farming with reworked uniques. In the maps, they're removing sextants and master missions. I just spent one entire league learning about how to use all of these. And now they're removing it and making it much more simple, which is great for the game. And they're mostly enveloped within scarabs and within the passive tree. And the scarabs are going to be much more powerful. Another beautiful thing that one example of a beautiful thing you can do with these now is now you can farm the really rare divination cards without being locked to a single map. But there's tons of other examples. And they're giving you loadouts in the passive tree, which is a god tier change in what we're asking for in all the other games. They put secrets in the campaign. I'm not sure how much these are going to matter because the whole point of the campaign is just to run through it as fast as you can. They're adding more transfigured gems, and there's a massive amount of quality of life coming to the game. Automation casting of skills, can spam skills. I don't even remember what that means. Control shift click lets you move alt currency. Detonate dead is more telegraph. This is what's killing everybody. Harvest crafting always shows the item. That way you don't have to keep mousing back and forth. Breach automatically opens. The Pantheon persists from all your characters. Can re-roll the fragments. Veiled orbs are now the Ashling. This is like a super advanced crafting that was super annoying to do. Now you don't have to do it. And you don't have to waste the guardian kills to get invitations. Oh, you can spam the crafting items. Yes. Spam the crafting. The crafting items. Yes. So you don't have to use X mouse. So in general, massive update to POE1 for quality of life and for the end game and for new players. The new league looks great. And I really don't mind the POE2 beta being delayed. For the love of God, just get it right. I have no problem being patient. The Q&A has started. Okay. Oh, sorry. Shit. Oh, shit.
Thing like this instead of from the boss, which I guess was the more expected, like you would get an Uber Maven key from Maven.
Like, okay, like let's say it was from Shaper, and to get Uber Shaper, and you kill your Shaper, let's say it was even once every time, and now you kill your Uber Shaper, or let's say you fail, that's fine, but eventually you conquer it, you can kill it. It's not now fun to go back and do regular Shaper where clearly you can do the Uber version. Why are you bothering with the non-Uber version? So unless you want a specific drop from him, it's not fun to go back and just do like a clearly lower grade quality. So we instead went with it going a different way where we have something that is ideally in between those 2 points of difficulty and has random variance. Like you'll find that some of the tier 17 map bosses with certain mod combinations are probably even harder than the Uber Pinnacles, depending on your character and all of those variables there. I wouldn't say that's going to happen entirely consistently, like it'll be occasionally the case, but it certainly isn't fun to just be like, in order to do Uber Shaper, I have to do this content that I have clearly proven capable of doing, and just repeating that over and over.
I see, yeah. So it's the people who want to farm their own ones, they're doing content that is up to their challenge level, basically, because the regular boss wouldn't be anywhere near that.
Yes, correct, yeah.
Right on. How do you get the tier 17 maps, though?
So the tier 17 maps, when you get more Void Stones, it has a chance to convert T16 maps that drop.
Boom.
The more Void Stones you get, it becomes multiplicatively higher. But there is a kind of diminishing returns on that. So it is quite probable to convert T16 maps like the first one, and then as you get more T17s, it becomes less and less and less. And the reason we did that is obviously the discrepancy between just running regular T16s and obviously top tier juicing. You end up with like, you know, the multiplier difference of the amount of T16s dropping is substantial to say the least. And we didn't want it to be that we have to balance around the juicing with respect to getting T17s. We wanted to be that more accessible across the board. And so
Yes, we added a kind of diminishing return. So like your first one might be quite probable, the next one's less, and the next one less, and then you're not going to get like 20 T17s in one map kind of thing going on.
Right.
It is also worth noting T17s cannot drop T17s. They are not self-sustaining. The intention is that you are still kind of doing T16s and occasionally diving into T17s, unless you want to trade, of course, in which case, the world's your oyster.
So I saw they have their own new mod pool. And we saw things, one of the mods I saw was Ray Monsters remove 10% life, mana, and ES on hit. The mana removed on hit seems to break a lot of builds in particular whenever that sort of thing comes up, as mana is generally a pretty finely tuned system in Path of Exile. And it gets me thinking in general about mods like 80% reduced recovery and things that disable auras and stuff like that. And it feels just a bit not too dissimilar to monsters just being immune to your build, right? So what's the intention behind those sorts of modifiers in maps?
It certainly was the ideal dream back when, that there are a lot of modifiers that can't be done by every build and you'd re-roll them and whatnot. Now, obviously, in the context of T17s, you can't re-roll them. So this really is, you should either change your playstyle, take your time, be a bit more careful to do it, or you can trade it away, of course, or maybe you simply can't run it on that character and you have to maybe build a different character that is capable of or more characters that are capable of doing different maps. There is one tool, though, that is in the form of a scarab. One of the scarabs gives you additional crafting modifiers on your map device. It isn't a common scarab by any means. You can't just use it on every T17. But two of the extra crafting mods that get applied to the map device is that prefixes are disabled and suffixes are disabled. So you can pick one of those. So if you do get one of these T17s, I do expect sometimes, and you're like, I can't run it because of this modifier, you can at least use that scarab to turn that off occasionally. So it is like one of the tools that you can use to get around certain mods that it might be too hard or you can't quite get through. But the general idea is that you do have to actually think about these modifiers, play around them, change your characters. It's not just a kind of like, well, you don't have to alch them, they drop rolled, but it shouldn't just be a T17 is mindless, go in there and do it. Unless, of course, your build is so strong and so diverse that it can do that, which that's fine. If you want to build your character that way, then that's what the game allows you to do, and that's what we like. So,
right on. We'll jump back to the league a little bit before we move on to some of the other endgame questions.
Some casuals are really not going to like that idea.
But what you're doing with the difficulty control for Necropolis, where you can select which monsters get buffed
casuals are not going to like that answer.
Seems like a lot of what people have been asking for, especially with Afflictions launch, where we didn't have as precise control over the difficulty of content we were facing. That said, how do you weigh up giving this level of control against things like adding to the time it takes to jump into the gameplay? I saw that this is going to take a bit of time to read through those things and shuffle the menu each zone.
That's a good question.
So obviously we like giving control. But yes, in this league, you cannot skip the difficulty. Having the control is a way to make it easier.
So you can't, you have to add this to every zone.
You cannot skip it. If you just enter the area and you don't interact with the lantern, you'll get whatever randomly generates. So you don't have to, I'd say throughout the campaign, it is going to be harder by not engaging with it, but you don't have to engage with the league in the sense of interacting with that UI. But you will have to deal with the fact that some monsters are harder. This is a rare league where in this case, you can't really skip it, which isn't something we do a lot, but, occasionally we get back into that and try it out. Now, that being said, yes, obviously we like difficulty, being able to manipulate the difficulty. And I think it is, and obviously the rewards as well. Now, it just needs to be the case that it is worth your time from a reward standpoint, engaging with that. If that isn't the case, we have failed. It obviously should be worth your time from a reward point to go,
skip it in the campaign,
I got this thing, I need to put it on some
now.
XP, I need to put it on this pack, or you get the pack spawns Torment Spirits on death, I need to make sure it's on this pack. There are certainly lots of positive mods that, or spawning lesser shrines, right? If you put that on a very rare pack, you're not going to get very many of them. If you put it on a common pack, all of a sudden you're going to have a whole bunch of shrine buffs throughout the area, which
skip them as
in
long as
turn
they don't
also makes it
one-shot you.
easier. So not only does this league make it harder, it also makes it easier in some ways.
Yeah, softcore runners just
now. One thing you said, talking about the time, obviously when you get to endgame,
and I was going to play hardcore. As
for every map, you do get
it.
presented with that UI. But because we have added the nodes on the Atlas tree for Necropolis, we have added a keystone that allows you to. Well, effectively what it says is the mods are applied randomly and there are more mods, so it is harder and it is more rewarding in
But it's
some
random.
senses, but you then don't get to customize it. But if someone is like, oh, I don't want to have to deal with interacting with that between my maps, you can just run the map and it will randomly do it. And like, that isn't necessarily to say that that's better or worse. It's just one of the ways someone can customize their experience here. But yeah, so through the campaign, you don't have to use the UI, but it will probably be harder and less rewarding. So you should be wanting to do it, unless, of course, you just want to get to endgame. Go for it. And at endgame, if you want to invest in the keystone, you can skip doing it on the maps themselves. If you, again, don't want to have to deal.
I don't mind that this was mandatory in the end game, that you have to choose it and customize it on the maps. I don't think there was any reason to make it mandatory for the campaign. I would have never done that. Well, I wouldn't have done that, to be honest with you.
About like checkboxes and all that, and it's all just a little bit inelegant. And it was actually a suggestion of one of the programmers was like, we could do a keystone, and then we're like, hey, we never actually do tree support for the current league. Like, it's just not even a thing that we've really considered. And from there, we're like, wait, we should just do this. Like, of course we should do this. Like, this is going to be fun and allow people to do different strategies, and like, why not? So I think it is a good addition. We'll see how it actually plays. Because it's the first time we're doing it, and then we may continue doing it for future leagues, or maybe it was just, it's terrible. We'll see, and we'll not do it again. Well, who knows? I mean, we think it's cool here, but, you know, we're not always right.
All right. So in the campaign, the monsters you kill in one zone affect what happens in the next zone, like the amount of devoted monsters, modifiers that show up. And this is the first time I recall seeing a league like this where what you do in one affects like kind of the next zone like that. Does it work on like any next zone you enter, even like a zone reset of the same zone or somewhere in a different act or something?
No. So this doesn't. The league
question.
actually isn't customizable when accessing through waypoint or through the world map.
Oh.
Which is bit different. I mean, you might think, but my blood aqueduct farming, and yeah, sure, you can still do it technically by farming from town, but we're also like, you know, not that I know how many people even still do that outside of like, you know, SSF tabular farming, which I still don't even know if necessarily is a strategy. But either way, yes, farming the same zone over and over is not really embraced in this league. The difficulty will still be there, but you won't be able to customize the mods, and you won't get devoted mods either. So it's more for like, you know, the linear playthrough when you're going through. So
Souls
the way it works, the way it works effectively is like the more haunted monsters you kill, the more likely you will get devoted modifiers. It's a campaign only feature. It doesn't happen in maps. Maps are completely randomly generated per item. So it's an interesting way where it works a little bit differently in the campaign than maps, which I think is interesting. I kind of like having subtle differences there. And yeah, the more haunted monsters you kill, the more likely you are to get devoted monsters. And this is actually a reward for why you want to make it hard.
POE2
because
guy.
if, let's just using Mudflats as the example, if you put
Jonathan
all the hard if you have, say, 2 out of 4 of the packs, or however many packs there are, have haunted mods, you might want to say, I'm going to make that easier and put them on the zombies and water elementals. But those are the least common monsters in that area, and thus you are less likely to now get devoted modifiers to appear when transitioning into either Fetid Pool or Submerged Passage. So you actually have an incentive to put them on the rowers and the other pack of rowers, because they are like the dominant monster in that area. Which is kind of interesting. So again, like, there are many pros and cons to controlling the difficulty and rewards. And then when you click the next, when you next peer through the lantern, it will like show which mods you got. And hopefully you get as many good ones as you can. But also the other thing, just while we're on that topic, of the other reason why it's actually sometimes good to make things harder, in some sense, there's so many axes here that it's more like you want as many monsters as possible haunted by as many high tier things as possible. Is that the haunted monsters are the ones that can turn into the ones that you collect for crafting. So again, if you want to maximize your crafting output, you want to be putting the haunted modifiers of the highest tiers on the packs that have the highest density and pack size. So again, going into Mudflats as the example, you want to have the rowers do that if you want to maximize your crafting output. So there are 2 axes and rewards for why you want to be making things harder. But often what I would say people are probably going to be like, I'm going to make things a bit easier to start with as and they get more comfortable with their character. As their character gets more powerful, they start to take a little bit more risks in that regard. And of course, if it becomes too hard and they over make it too hard for themselves, the mods rotate pretty frequently, like to the point of you like running through an area. The next time if you then had to recreate that area, because you're like, nah, I've made it too hard. The mods will be have rotated, and you can adapt your decisions and be like, yeah, this is easier for me now. I'll wait a few more areas or some more levels until I then raise the difficulty again.
So how clearly is that like reward system communicated in the UI? Can like someone who hasn't like watched this know that, you know, killing more of these monsters will give more devoted to the next zone and stuff like that?
That isn't currently communicated, but it will be. You probably didn't see it in the live stream, but we will do that. At least on the hovers, when you hover over and it just says devoted, we will put like a little, we'll put it on the hovers of all the like tier things where it says like, you know, servant haunted, noble haunted, etc. Currently, I think it says something, but I can't remember what. But yeah, we'll do a pass on making things more observable and all of that.
It's actually kind of interesting on that point that this is the first time in PoE where you have information about what is in a zone and what the pack compositions are, and like just information about monsters. And there's just information generally there about like what monsters do and so on, which is kind of not really something we've ever really done before. So this UI actually sort of provides that, and it'll be interesting to see like whether that's actually useful and like whether we want to think about how we might communicate that again in the future, because like all that's now sort of a thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I got really excited actually when I saw that. I was like, oh, we can actually see what their abilities are and damage types and stuff like that. I was like,
along that note, there's quite an interesting feature in maps that because maps have uniform density distribution of packs. So generally in a map, you're going to have like I think it's 5 packs or whatever, and you're going to have 20. It's generally going to be that there's 20% of the map as each pack. So in maps, there are these extra little symbols, which I don't think were in the live stream that we've kind of added in more recently, which are variants. So sometimes a certain pack is going to have higher like pack size or mod effect or density, and there'll be these kind of up and down arrows to kind of show like this pack's going to be more common and this one's going to be less common and stuff like that, just to add that variance so that those variables can still play a role in when interacting with the modifiers. Otherwise, it would just be like, you know, here's porcupines, I'll do X, and then 90% of packs you probably wouldn't care too much about. So we've added extra variables to make it that the packs and maps, are a bit have more influence on your decisions. That being said, when you get into tier 17 and you all have a pack of Brutuses, you might actually think more about it. Yeah.
You're talking about your up and down arrows there. Maybe realize what the next league is going to be. Monster stock market investing. It's there. It's ready for you.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to go off topic a little bit here and answer a chanted question in chat so that we can get back on track. So one sec. There we go. So you've been flooding us with a lot of great quality of life updates in the lead up to this release. It's like some spring cleaning is going on right now, which I love to see. That said, at least one of them seems to have missed the mark, which is the automation change and the resulting removal of the ability to bind instant skills to left click movement. So having your steel skin on left click and having it auto cast that way. So this seems to be a pretty unpopular change, and I just want to ask you guys, why do you feel like that is? Why is it so unpopular?
Well, there's a fair. I'll go into a few things here, but yes, obviously missed the mark on this one. As I said, we're not always right. Bit of a disaster. I do, however, think this is solving some good things the way we've done it. But the problem is it hasn't obviously solved it entirely. And going from a bad solution to a bad solution, at least from our perspective, is not what we should be doing. So we will make further changes. I just don't know exactly when and to what degree. There's obviously discussions going on. So to get into some details there, I do believe that it is beneficial now that it is a more observable mechanic, a less like hidden specialized mechanic of, like you can follow a build guide and you can see, oh, this person's using this instant skill. but at no point does a user necessarily know they should randomly, unintuitively bind it to left click to have it autocast.
The way that was before was just, I think, like more than anything, it just felt like such a strange, like, why should this even be a thing? Kind of, it was kind of almost exploiting a quirk in just the way that our input system was, rather than really being like an actual mechanic we decided to exist. I think that was probably where we started to feel like, oh, this is like, because I remember when I was discussing with Mark, and I was kind of like, this really, like, if you tell a new user about this thing and the way that it works and why it is the way that it is, it's kind of like, this just sounds so dumb. And that's kind of why we were kind of sort of keen to change it. But on the other hand, I guess the problem, well, yeah, I mean, ultimately the issue there is that, the solution is a reduction in character power due to the fact that you need to have an extra support socket, and without compensation, that obviously feels really bad. So yeah,
I do stand by the, like, being able to have it trigger while stationary is an advantage, and being able to use multiple is an advantage. But of course, then we talk about more into socket pressure, right? Using multiple, unless you were already using multiple, isn't reasonable for most characters. So, and we can talk about all kinds of like what the actual solutions would be, but effectively, from my perspective, I come down to, if these things are just becoming passive skills, then why are they not just passive skills? That's what I've kind of come to recently. Like, we should probably take all of these, make them like, how is, say, Time of Need not different from Steel Skin? I understand one of them is regeneration and one of them is mitigation, but in the sense that, like, effectively what we're saying Steel Skin, Molten Shell, etc. is now every 10 seconds do something for Y seconds, which is exactly what a lot of our passives do. And so I was just thinking, like, we could move a lot of these into passives, and then what we could do is actually take what we originally intended for those skills and design awesome skills that are, because they were intended to be reactionary. And it'd be nice to actually design some stuff that is useful for that. Now, obviously, that's a longer discussion, designing the specifics of all the skills. But there are also some objective problems and balance problems that did happen from this outside of socket pressure. And I can at least cover some of them now. So I'll start with, General's Cry. Obviously nerfed by this, right? It isn't nerfed if you were to use it manually. It is nerfed automated. And when you look at it, no one's using it manually. Everyone's using it automated. And when I say everyone, I obviously mean, the majority of people. So we are buffing General's Cry, and we are doing some other things Warcry adjacent, like I think there's some inconsistencies on a bunch of unique items which have like casting a Warcry and using a Warcry, and we're making that more consistent, so that more things work in that regard. But there's heaps of little nitty gritty details there. Patch notes will hopefully clarify all that. Now then there's mines, which is a big one. Now mine playstyle, aside from the annoying having it on left click, going like tink 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 the whole time, and that just being irritating. It is certainly the case that when it is triggering all the time with a support gem, obviously, if you now want to have the playstyle of throwing heaps of mines and then moving to detonate them all at once, which is how mines are meant to be played, you could do that before, and now you can't. So to change that, we've added a mastery for mines, which does the exact same behavior as before, which the mastery says your mines will detonate every X milliseconds while moving, and it will occur the moment you start moving from a stationary position. Now, the other third one I'll get into here is, Bone Armor from Necromancer. So goodbye Bone Armor, and we have redesigned some of the nodes around there. So what have we changed? I'll see if I can remember all the details here. I think it's Mindless Aggression. And note, all these notables are going to probably get renamed due to the theme change, but I'll use the old names just because that's what everyone will know. So Mindless Aggression is now multiplicative 10% more minion damage and multiplicative 20% more minion life, instead of the increased damage and increased speed. This is possibly worse as a 2-pointer at like level 30, but in-game far, far, far superior in terms of actual damage output. You could argue it's slightly worse with Spiritual Aid, but I think that loss is ultimately inconsequential with the other changes here. Then there's the 4-pointer Bone Barrier, which we are going to keep the PDR stat and the...
So I'll let him keep talking about this like Necromancer stuff. First of all, I'm very impressed by his level of knowledge of the game. This guy is able to, on the fly, take a question and rattle off like very, very deep mechanics and skill names and passive names and exactly what they do, what they were, what they do now, why they did it. It's that's refreshing. I got to be honest here. I am way, way more on the PoE dev side on this one than on the players. It was exactly what Jonathan said. The whole idea about how this thing works is stupid as hell. All the people who are complaining about it were given a candy bar that wasn't supposed to be in the game. And then when they took the candy bar away, they're crying. I think that from what I understand about PoE and when I learned about this mechanic as well, I had exactly the same reaction that Jonathan said. This is stupid as hell. So I don't understand. Like, the PoE community is crying. It does nerf my build as well. I figured out a way to make it work as well. I rebound my keybinds so I could use it even though I force moved. I think it's stupid as hell. And people are just crying because they miss it. They shouldn't be crying because it's a bad change for the game. So I don't know. I don't know if this happens a lot in the PoE community. Like, I've never been a part of a PoE fight before, but I think the devs are completely right in this situation.
But we have changed Extractor Mentis because that gave permanent Unholy Might to monsters, and that means that with CI now you will have physical and chaos immunity against monsters, and that was a little bit busted with...
Okay, he's talking about crazy things. One more thing I want to say, sorry to mention this, but a lot of people are complaining about the ads. I just want to remind you guys, I'm going to say it every time that I have to. I have not changed the ads on my channel in 1.5 years, and I don't have my ads set high. You're going to continue to get more ads on Twitch because Twitch wants you to pay them money. It's just that simple.
Here, and we're at somewhere. So that leaves one major problem, which is the socket pressure, especially on summoners. And we are actively discussing solutions to that one. I think where we are currently landing is that we want to have corruption implicits possibly on all the different minion base types.
Yeah,
so Bone Ring.
I know you guys know that, but
the Bone Shields and the minion weapons, which grant various different skills like Convocation, the Offerings, Desecrate. I know a lot of people end up just auto-casting Desecrate and Offerings with the wand, but for people who don't have that's good. And at the very least, generally Convocation is unlinked. We might even do the Golem skills as corruptions too. I'm a bit iffy on that one, so I know generally I shouldn't say things that we're not definitely doing, but I'm just speaking freely on that one. So hopefully that is at least a temporary solution to alleviate some socket pressure, but we probably do need to do more. But doing more in the next week is, probably kind of hard. So I would look forward to hopefully seeing more of that in the future. But that's where we're at with that pretty much. Big rant.
It's like this automation change kind of revealed just how much of a very potent band-aid the left-click automation was, because it's opened up this whole can of worms of being like, well, it's exposed how these skills designs are all a bit problematic. These ones that encourage you to have them just up all the time, cast off cooldown. These are things that potentially need to be readdressed, right?
For sure. This does happen a lot. If you look at the Pantheon change, which was one of the first quality of life things we announced, it's like, well, we're going to change this Pantheon thing. Surely that's good for everyone, not having to redo. And then all of a sudden it's like, but now I don't want to always have chill effect on and all this. And we're just looking at these things going, Pantheons equals positive buffs. But then there are all these niche builds and Johnny builds that end up with taking these upsides and turning them into, they become downsides. And so now we have to adapt another thing. Often what happens is we change a system that we entirely think is positive. And yes, either because we've not given it enough time internally, or because, again, it's very hard for even 100 people to find things as quickly and as actively as the many hundreds of thousands of people.
Where are they at? Where are we at?
And so, we find that there are things we then need to do afterwards to fix. So obviously, we address the Pantheon thing by allowing you on a character-by-character basis to then disable and enable Pantheon upgrades.
Yeah, New Zealand, I knew
it
that.
fix a bunch of niche builds. But yeah, with a game as like expansive as Path of Exile, with all the millions of different builds, it is pretty hard to change anything without affecting something. And in this case, it was just we made a change that affected a lot more than we had originally thought about. And yeah, we're doing a lot of solutions here, but there is certainly need for a much grander solution when it comes to that left click thing. But I think where we're at right now is probably pretty good. I am never ever going to be happy with the fact anyone feels like they need to do some sort of numlock shenanigans, or whatever the crazy strategies are. That is not okay, and as such, we need to. If that is still happening, we need to still fix more.
Get him, Mark.
Yeah.
Get him.
When there's like one of these things where you change something and it's like, this will be good once we get these other things implemented down the line, do you feel compelled to maybe like hold off on the change until you can get it all done at once?
Well, I think sometimes, but I think in this case, I think the lesser evil has been met, and I think that it is worth sticking to this one, especially with us fixing all those actual objective problems with the balance and actual nerfs that occurred as a result of it. Sure, not every single use case is covered, but I think the other ones are nowhere near as consequential, and I do think it will actually play relatively well. But yeah, in some cases, I'm sitting there like, okay, do we revert that, or do we, aim to get all the fixes in? We're generally pretty fast with reacting to things like this. We generally can make changes pretty quickly. But yeah, it is a hard decision to make for sure. Like you definitely lose sleep over that one. But like that's what we do. And often as like it's actually responding to this one has actually been fun in at least a development sense, because it is promoting a bunch of these other changes that have been like honestly needed for a while.
Yeah.
Like especially when it comes to the socket pressure thing, like that, it is honestly unacceptable that we have not really addressed that in quite some time. So yeah, I mean, ideally, I can't promise by the end of next week we have the right answer, and I can't promise we're necessarily going to do something, but it is certainly something we are actively going to discuss. We have been actively discussing, and will continue actively discussing the moment this live stream is finished.
Like I said, it was such an effective band-aid that like ripping it off now has like allowed you to kind of get to the meat of some of these problems, which I'm excited to see what you do with these like skills that are all have this design where they were just left click.
I know.
Hopefully we get
so much about POE. I'll just help him
as a result.
Yeah, I agree. Already I have a lot of cool ideas. It's just a matter of now finding the resources to get them all in and whatnot.
Good luck. So since we're on the quality of life topic, something that bugged me quite a bit lately is getting attacked while talking to NPCs, especially in Affliction. I didn't end up getting through all the lore because I'm constantly getting attacked. But in the preview footage, I even noticed, I don't know if you ended up using a different version, but the player had the issue of talking to the nameless seer and getting attacked by a mob. Have you guys considered using pause tech to pause the game during NPC conversations when you're otherwise defenseless, or maybe other solutions like making you untargetable?
Last
during
Epoch,
dialogue?
are you listening?
I would say yes, at least in the especially in the context of POE2, which does have pausing.
Is there any actual reason we can't add pausing to POE1?
Oh, you're doing it again?
Probably not.
I know it's kind of been one of those things that we've sorry. It's one of those things that like we kind of did, and then we're like, well, I don't know. I'd have to talk to Reese and find out what limitations there were. We certainly were scared by it when we first added it. It was like, this is going to break so much shit, but then it didn't really in POE2, so maybe it will.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I can't see any obvious reason why it wouldn't be able to be ported over. Relative, you never know. There'll be something, but it's probably something we can work around.
Right.
I mean,
the thing that does suck a little bit about pausing during NPC conversations, though, is that there's various triggers that occur, and so it won't. If we just enabled it like that, like it would break stuff like the Fairgraves quest, and like things like that. Like there are some things that would break if we did that immediately, but like it's the kind of thing
we would have to find a way to be able to pause, or like opt into pausing on some and not on others.
There's also the question of other people in the zone. As well. Like, there's like a ton of random things that would probably...
The way our pausing works right now is everyone has to have opted into a pause for it to be paused. So, but I mean, technically in multiplayer, if you're in proximity like that, you can just be like, defend me to your friend, I suppose. But they might just run off and start trying to loot some stuff and leave you to die. But yeah, I guess the counter argument is like, what about things like having safe zones around NPCs? And I would say that I have yet to find many games that don't end up just having exploitative cases around that. And that would be a lot more actual work,
What about the untargetable buff on the player while you're talking to the NPC?
But it's the whole I'm in a map and Alva's there and like, oh no, I'm gonna die or something, or like I just want to reprieve and I just go and like click Alva and then I'm like, oh phew, I'm safe now, and then I get
in a world where people can log out, how is that like problematic?
I mean, you're not wrong, but it feels like, well, at least logging out
giving
has a
you more
cost
ways
to the portal, right? Like,
I
mean, it isn't quite the same, but in the sense that like, it feels exploitative, whereas logging out does not. Like, it feels like I'm cheesing some mechanic that's unintended for that. Like, I wouldn't want to do a solution that
I
feels
I counter argue that comment because I think logging out feels exploitative.
No,
Whereas
I know
if
what
you're
you mean.
talking to an NPC who protects you with a bubble because they have NPC magic, I'm like, that seems like an in-game thing. Like, that seems reasonable.
I buy that, but also logging out in POE2, of course, will log you right back into
yeah,
you were.
be careful now because you're going to get us talking into changing how logout works.
Yep.
I have to say, after the hands-on with POE2, I love the pausing and the reconnecting you exactly where you were if the game crashes or something. So
yeah. Which turned out to be very beneficial during the test we just did, considering the number of crashes there still were in the build. But
it happens.
at least you could log back into exactly where you were and just continue.
It certainly helped.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry. Something you
there
might
will be a solution to your problem, is what I'm saying.
Right.
And pausing might be one of them, and otherwise we'll engineer and come up with design some other solution. Like, there will be something, but yes, it has come up quite a bit recently just because of the scope of POE2. And generally, when we're discussing that stuff, we do also think, well, if this is a problem in POE1 as well, like, what are we doing? Like, let's fix it. So it'll happen at some point.
Sweet. Before we go back to the league, we'll talk about the other kind of quality of life related thing, which was the announcement of the Ashling crafting change. So we've been wanting itemized Ashling crafts for quite some time, which is pretty awesome that we're getting that now. But it seems strange to me that it was at the cost of the current Veiled Orb Chaos style effect. That especially was a really nice mid-level entry crafting option for a lot of players. So to have that removed seems like quite the bummer, as you had the more random but more accessible version versus Ashling's much more deterministic but more expensive, more costly version. So why did you get rid of the regular Veiled effect?
I mean, I wouldn't say the intention's to just get rid of things, but I also kind of don't see it as a loss to be able to kind of, where possible, not retain every single little crafting thing. I would say that the crafting is, at this point, like, quite bloated in a sense of, like, it is quite hard for someone who isn't reading into and studying profusely to figure out exactly how to craft the best item. And that's not necessarily a problem, but taking the opportunities to remove something that is honestly just bloat at some points is a win, especially if we can find a way to bring it back into the game a different way that feels a bit more core and fundamental. And maybe you'll find that with, say, the Necropolis crafting system. Like, that is, in theory, a start to end game meant to be crafting. You can do crazy stuff at the end. You can do really simple stuff mid game, early game. And then obviously when we then go to say, is this coming core? Like, how do we want to do it? If we want to do it, maybe it's absolutely busted in so many ways that we don't want to. We'll see. But there's always more crafting things we're adding. Like, you don't have a shortage of different crafting things in the game. Like, it's certainly a little bit out of control in a good way and in sometimes a bad way. And more are going to come. So I wouldn't worry about losing something like that in the short term, especially when, you only need to wait a league or two for things like that to come back. And there are always just so many other ways to craft your items. I don't think losing that is ultimately fundamental. And the win of having, obviously, it be tradable is huge. Sure. I am very much trying my best to get around as many of the, services as opposed to trades. We're doing a lot
100%.
As much as possible. Like, I eventually want to make sure we add a thing where, for even mirroring items, even though that's like the nichest of the niche in the game, we're talking about.
I can't have a
select
second hand.
few.
I got to put my hand.
I do
down,
want it to be
like
that
There
there is a way that you can do that without having to trade your item to someone. So there are a few designs there, even, and we will hopefully we will eventually get rid of as much of that as possible, especially when it comes to trusting someone with your item. I don't like that at all. So yeah, we'll hopefully work around. But obviously, like services like boss kills and all of that, there's not really a lot you can do about that. That's completely fine. But when it comes to actually like loaning someone your item, I'm certainly not kind of in favor of that thing. And so yeah, hopefully we can see the removal of the rest of those in due time. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm super keen on those changes. So if the thinking is to kind of like slim down on some bloat, I certainly don't disagree that like the crafting system might have like a bit much going on. I think in this particular instance, the reason why you've seen this reaction to it is this particular one little aspect of bloat. It was actually kind of like used in almost every mid-level craft, so it feels a little bit jarring to see it removed, I guess.
Fair enough, and I guess the answer there is Necropolis will provide one of the most in-depth crafting systems we ever have, and you could argue about Standard League, but I mean, my answer again there is deal with it, and then later on there will be more crafting systems and more new things and more interesting things. So
I'm not gonna lie, I'm super excited about the Necropolis crafting. I was stoked. The thing I said after last league, I was like, you guys have to do like some sort of crafting league this time. I feel like it's the only answer to like the whiplash of previous league. So let's talk a bit about that actually. So Affliction
it's
was
replaying it in the bottom left.
A lot of people's potential favorite league, maybe mine. Was certainly extremely rewarding. Why do you think it was so popular, and were you worried about kind of like coming into this league after that, the correction, effectively?
Why do we think it was so popular? I mean, obviously, at the start, it kind of wasn't in so many ways. It was certainly too difficult. We certainly messed up a bit there. Once things were kind of fixed and once people kind of got their heads around, or around the difficulty of the character builds to handle the difficulty, yes, it became Magic Find Ruckus League. Why was it popular? I mean, it was different. It's not something we had done before in so many regards. It was using new art, and obviously it had bosses, it had all of the stuff, it had so many different kind of reward arcs, and existing old ones put into it, like the omens and all kinds of little things. It just had heaps of little detail. The ascendancy classes, I mean, people like that, but ultimately, yes, we can just go to the Magic Find. I'll tell you, I've never had that experience before. I've never, been to the point where, well, not quite like this, where really it feels like the only thing left on the filter is unique leather belts and unique heavy belts and a couple other things, and there's still too many belts to try, and you're still just like, oh my god, there are freaking belts everywhere.
It was a bit too far.
Yeah, to say the least.
I mean, even just from a server perspective, the level of the number of players we could get on a server per server this league was much lower than it has been before, and even that was started to become a bit of a problem.
So the primary issue there is actually what happens is when monsters stay alive longer, because Affliction was making things last live longer, they are getting hit more, and when a monster is alive, they cost more than when they're dead. And so the moment, and then obviously when you've got a Stygian Spires spewing out 700 monsters a second, combined with the 50% increased attack speed, soul eaters, and all of that, you are nothing can survive that level of absolute mayhem. As in hardware wise.
I'm trying to put myself on the couch. What do you mean? I am on the couch. POE devs wouldn't invite Rax right now because he plays multiple games. They invited me. They invited me to both of their events already. They invited me. I just didn't go.
Feels a little bit different as opposed to necessarily like less or worse. There is one other change I'll talk about, and I'm keen for people's feedback. So one problem that we kind of have is that the amount of obviously if you were to farm Mage Bloods, Headhunters, etc. via divination cards, there is a somewhat reliable way to get that. You get your doctors, you get your apothecaries and whatnot. And you saw the new divination card scarabs. Obviously, we're embracing that. We're not changing anything around that. But one thing that I do consider problematic, and we have made changes around, is stacked decks. So stacked decks, a lot of those uniques are coming from stacked decks. And so we have actually made some changes where the league rewards of various leagues, especially the ones that were quite high, so stuff like Tujin and a few other leagues, we have cut back on the amount of stacked decks they're giving.
Stacked decks.
And is that, okay,
we were
you're like,
talking
oh,
about
wow,
what I
nerf
wanted to
my
talk
fun
about.
stacked decks. To compensate for that, and what it has allowed us to do is we have actually multiplied the drop rates of your Mage Blood, your Headhunters, etc. by 2.5 times from world drops. And the intention there is that you are seeing more from actual drops instead of just from stacked deck spam. Now, we've kept stacked deck. It was certainly on the chopping block. It was...
I know you were gunning
I love
for
it.
stacked
I love
deck,
getting my
like, you
hands
were
on the stacked dicks.
to get that thing out. But I think a lot of the reason was just the idea that one thing that kind of sucks a bit is that you're getting rewards for
I go into the
bosses, for boss kills
menagerie just by myself, me and
actually not anymore. We have
hordes of
changed,
stacked
which
dicks.
I mean, it's true that
I could be
which I don't know if people saw,
entertained
but
for
stacked decks
hours.
cannot yield divination cards that would give items from exclusive bosses anymore.
Yeah, that was definitely a thing that sucked. Was that, you know, like you want the exclusive items to some extent to to feel like, okay, you proved that you killed this guy by having that item. So, you know,
there are some corner cases like, you know, the Gambler and the Void that we're doing some specific handling around, but in general, you should be seeing a lot less like random Starforges appearing before anyone's even killed Uber Shaper kind of thing.
Starforge PC?
And also, obviously, you've still got the Voidborn keys that will yield it. You've got Valdo's maps, which will yield whatever people have chosen to give there, which is probably just a bunch of mage blood still. But yes, ultimately, yeah, we want to see a lot more of those drops come from actually killing monsters and from farming divination cards the way we intended, which is by actually farming the counter, as opposed to just mass stack deck farming on a mass level from specific leagues. I hope that is received positively, of course, because I genuinely believe it is better. But
stack dicks on a massive level.
Let us know. We have a little bit of time to make some changes there if needed.
Right on. I'll let people share their opinions on that one. I mean, to me, it's I like the idea of boss drops coming from the bosses and not just from...
You like the idea of stacked dicks, Ziggy D? Me too.
Anyway, it might be controversial. We'll see. Chat says W. So a lot of wins in chat, so it seems like mostly positive. Positively received. You can feel a sigh of relief, perhaps.
Stacked dicks are going to be very positively received.
So I think everyone agrees that Affliction was like probably a bit crazy on the economic side of things and what was dropping and everything like that. And I must say, like, I played the most I've ever played this league. And I was getting to the point, like, in that 2 months phase where I was, like, doing things and creating builds and doing content that I just hadn't done before. And I think a lot of players had that same experience. And looking at the overall economy, I expected with how crazy the league was for things to be ruined. But I guess that term gets thrown around a lot when an economy is different. But the end result felt really positive for most people. Where, like, sure, some things, like if you were trying to compete with the Giga Juicers for the items that they were trying to buy, like their bows or whatever, then yeah, you were having a hard time. But for the most part, a lot of stuff was really accessible. And it felt like a really fun league in that regard. And that was actually the biggest, I think, contributor to why it was such a fun league for myself and I think many others. Do you have any thoughts on that and, like, that economic shift and other ways that that could be captured?
I mean, I love it. I love how the economy goes wild based on the content we add. It's always interesting to watch and whatnot. I wouldn't say I have any strong feelings one way or another, but I wouldn't say it's like I just want to note, it's not like our intention to, you know, get away from that specifically or do anything one way or another. Like, we liked these things happening organically. We like the community figuring out how to get around that and utilize it. And yeah, I agree. It ended up being completely fine and honestly completely fun. Maybe not everyone agrees. Maybe there are a lot of people who are like, no, it was too hard and I felt like everyone else got ahead of me. We don't know too much about that, but I mean, the league's ending now anyway, so what happened. But yeah, I mean, I do agree. At least I played a lot. My friends played a lot. Like,
remember, Mark,
certainly got into
everyone
it.
is
A
entitled
bunch of
to
people
their
here were
own
playing a
wrong
lot,
opinion.
and I've heard mostly only positivity coming from like, you know, outside of the very early in the league where we had some misbalance. Like, the positivity for Affliction was very high. It's actually making me think like a little bit more about how we can find some way to make some of it core, but I don't quite know how to do that just yet. I mean, I don't know if you saw one. I don't know if it was in there, but one of the keystones has the whole like when there's less than 50 monsters remaining, your map boss is empowered by wisps.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was in the live stream. I can't remember. Too
saw
many
that, yeah.
too many things going on. But that's like kind of one way at least for now. But there's a lot of good monsters there. There's a lot of good
boss.
I mean, the bosses, and the
But the boss being afflicted by the wisp, that's the thing that had no impact on anything. I never got jack shit on any of the bosses. I got everything from the monsters.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if we will do that, but ideally, even just the magic finding kind of part of it with some regulation to some degree would be fun to add. But I mean, who's to say the current league isn't going to end up having? Sure, it won't be a magic finding one so much, but with all the crafting and whatnot, it's probably heavily going to, change the economy dynamically, and that will evolve over time as well. So,
I think it's really relieving to hear as a player that you guys are like, you liked what you saw with the outcome of that. Like, I think the technical side of how Affliction achieved that with like, things being laggy and all that sort of problem is not ideal, but the end result was something we really enjoyed. But there's this perception that you guys at GGG are sometimes a little bit grinchy about this stuff where you're like, we don't want you to have items and currency. So it's good to hear that.
I mean,
it's more positive.
I am playing the game every league till high end game and mostly to level 100, and I am farming all these things. Like, I'm not sitting there going like, damn, I don't want all this currency. Like,
what I don't like is when you like press alt in the game and you get disconnected from the server, or like random stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want it to technically break. So yeah.
I'd say one big shift, like just talking about the playing the game here, and like I do want to understand like a lot of what all these QOL changes are, a lot of what we're doing, a lot of what more will be done. And I think a lot of what is coming in Necropolis League, with respect to especially all the in-game changes, is a resultant of our team playing the game and listening a lot more.
You guys have been playing the game because you did these changes.
Yeah, we started. So I mean, the whole sextant thing is just like, get me away from this. And I'm in game going like, okay, I've just allocated this tree. I'm like, damn, I don't want to play this anymore. And then I'm like, I don't want to have to respec all this, and then it might be wrong again. I want to experiment and try some stuff, and like that's where you then get the loadouts. And obviously I can respec, but I don't want to.
There were some people, like some of the richest people in the entire league, all they did was spec into the passive tree to re-roll Awakened Sextants, and they just sat in their hideout re-rolling them all day long. So you didn't even have to play the game, which was so stupid. And I spent so much of my time buying them and pumping them into maps. I'm so glad that they're gone.
That like we need to find a way to have this so that I can play the end game the ways I want without feeling so punished. And this comes into another thing, which is like, okay, like Wandering Path. I want to play the end game my way, but if Wandering Path is quantitatively too strong, then I'm not playing it my way. I'm playing it the way that the meta tells me I have to, because it is too powerful. And so, there's things like that where that comes why we've removed a number of the keystones and whatnot, is because if you feel like you have to do something. And so you could argue, okay, we'll nerf the value. Well, now I don't want to do it at all. So what's the point in it existing? If the keystone is into that binary state of feeling like you have to do it versus not have to do it, get rid of it. That's generally how I feel about it, and add something cooler and better. And the new keystones might end up in the same ballpark. And you know what? Might remove them later and add new ones as well. That's just how it will be. But yeah, anyway, I don't want it to be that the loadouts are like everyone has tree A, everyone has tree B, everyone has tree C, because the keystones mean that you have to do that. If people want to do that, because that's like, metas are metas, you can't get around that. But if it's that feeling of I have to do X, that I want to try and get away from, and especially for multiple leagues in a row, like if it's okay for one league, you have fun, and then if you feel like you have to do something that isn't enjoyable, go away. I don't want it. Like, it shouldn't exist.
You love to hear it. You love to hear it. But I have a follow-up question that's completely unrelated. What about the rucksack?
Look, you're lucky you got it for those 3 months or 4 months.
Oh no.
I just know ultimately. You might see it back one day, but
No,
like, you
just
know,
no.
I'm honestly surprised that Chris was even okay to even let you do that.
I don't think he was okay with it.
Really?
I think I snuck that.
You
one
stuck
in
that
there.
one in without
Well, you weren't okay with it either. Like
I wasn't okay.
we had a massive argument about it.
Damn, throwing him under the bus.
I assumed that Chris
Settle
would
down, you two. Okay,
He might
settle
have. I
down.
don't remember, but like anyway, the luxury of the leagues is we do get to try these things for 3 or 4 months, and the importance is when we do something that we are reluctant about or we are in disagreement about, is that we do reevaluate it at the end of that and
Thank
decide
God I'm here
are we
to
keeping it or not.
keep the
And
conversation.
it is a firm no on this one.
Jeez.
And
You guys,
you know, like
Jesus.
the good thing is we do, because we have these seasonal cycles, the leagues. We do get to try these
you
things,
get over there,
and we do get to
Jonathan.
do something that we're maybe not quite comfortable
me
with,
some
just
space,
to really
Jesus.
test it. And in this case, it's not. It's not staying in.
I mean, I have to respect a firm no, but what? Why? What? Why? How come?
Well, okay, why? Not to put him. I'm sorry to put you on the spot,
Sorry.
but you know,
No, it's okay.
I was on one half of the argument.
Hang on.
which is,
So you're first of all.
Oh no, I don't want to keep it.
First of all, Mark ultimately gets to decide this, but at the same time,
Oh!
my feeling on this stuff is that I don't like it when you have a build choice that results in more inventory space, because that kind of thing like leads to sort of weird incentives that I don't really love. Like, you know, it's like
Sure, yeah.
if you have to, it's like if I have to change my build to get more inventory space, that just doesn't feel right to me. It's a little bit hard to explain exactly why that is, but like there's various things from games like that where
I do actually agree with that one. Having it be on a class is certainly not the right.
That was
answer.
weird.
I also just personally don't think. I think inventory space limitation is a good thing.
Right.
I think that pressure is good, and I don't have a personal problem with playing with it. Obviously, it's nice to always just have more and more and more and more. But I do think that pressure is interesting, and I do think it is important to have pressure on how much you can pick up and leave a map with. Especially after Affliction, I was leaving every map with a full inventory, going like, holy, there's more things I want to take and I can't, and literally there's stacks and stacks of currency on the ground I can't pick up. But I think that is healthy and good, and it makes you make the good decisions.
I don't.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I agree with that. You don't need your inventory space to be a gigantic ocean where you never use it, but the POE inventory is very small. I mean, like if you pick up one bow, for example, like 25% of your inventory space is gone. So maybe the generic idea of what he said, I agree with it. Okay, but I think the inventory space is very small.
There are better solutions to that, I would say, which is like, again, I hate talking about this because now everyone's going to want it, and it like makes it sound like it's certainly going to happen, and it isn't necessarily. But like, surely a like inventory attached to your map device that you can open that like contains your fragments and whatnot.
I guess you can't put stuff in it and meet like from the map when you pick it up, I guess. Because like, I guess
from
part of
the map,
benefit-
sure, but if
yeah.
they're just talking about like, you know, the whole bringing a bunch in to roll all your maps and like, I don't know. There's
not
more
quite-
to
it's not
discuss, but
quite- it's not quite the
I saw this one on the old quality of life bingo sheet that was there, and I have been thinking about trying to find ways to solve that one, and so I'm hoping that we can find some way to either mitigate or solve that one in the future. Again, no promises, but you know, we might come up with something.
Yeah, I can see there being another solution, and I'd be fine with that, because like to me, it's not the fact about getting the more inventory space; it's about solving that quality of life issue. So if there's another solution, I'm here for it.
There probably
just more
is. It's
about
just
more
whether or not we can do
inventory
it and whether or
space.
not we can come up with it in a reasonable time. It's all a resources game at the end of the day. So, look, I am keeping an eye on those bingo sheets. I am quite I'm tactically picking the ones so that we can't the bingo can't be completed.
Keep making them bingo sheets.
Not actually, but one thing that is important with a lot of these quality of life, we are actually, especially with POE2's development, we are looking at a lot of these things which have been hard nose and really reevaluating, and it's like,
I think POE2 really
That's
has
cool.
like,
Yeah.
but just because like as well, I think as well, just like watching like new player experience videos and things like that, and just like looking at all the stuff that people are doing, and like it's kind of it's really another shot at like looking at all that really core stuff again and thinking about it. And like we just don't often think about some of that stuff very often because it's been there for so long. And then, so yeah, just having a chance to like really reevaluate everything really then starts to make you think, well, why is POE1 even like this? You know, like, and it makes like, ends up making those changes.
Like we on Path of Exile 2, obviously you have I maybe shouldn't spoil this, but I'm going to. We have on Path of Exile 2, we obviously have no more portal scrolls, and I'm not saying that we're doing that in POE1 just yet. However, well, I say just yet, maybe ever, but however, in POE1, what we are adding is, and it's come from the bingo sheet, is a bind key to just instantly open a portal that you can bind, and you don't now have to open your inventory to do it. I think having to open your inventory during a boss fight or something is not. Look, with pausing, that's kind of more acceptable because you can now pause, use the portal, and you don't risk danger. But messing around with that in the midst of combat is not something that you should really have to be doing. And the changes to POE2 portals is what really made us reevaluate that. So yes, in 324, we'll do the classic video probably after this or next week or some with us actually showing how it works.
There will be a bind for
I love it. Opening a portal, assuming you have a portal scroll in your inventory.
Sick.
I love it.
Yeah, love to hear it. All right, that's fantastic. There's been another thing that's been mentioned a lot in chat, which is, do you have any brief comments on the state of some of the lesser used ascendancies, like Gladiator, for example? Any potential reworks or improvements coming to them?
I certainly want to. I always love doing that. And last time, obviously, with Chieftain, we missed.
By the way, I joke about this, but I also don't joke about this. Remember how in the D4 campfire chat, I keep asking them, like, some of the questions are good, but I ask them, for the love of God, let me or some content creator ask you guys the questions. Look, they just have Ziggy D asking the questions. Why can't Blizzard do that? Wah.
A nice, effectively, we just have to, again, look at what resources we have and decide how much we can do and where we want to target it. We have a big discussion towards the end of each league development and think, what are we going to do next? Look at the problems, look at what we want to do. And we have a list that's bigger than we can do. And often those things are on that list and we have to weigh, like, are we going to do option A or option B? And sometimes balancing an ascendancy class is overall less gain for the players than something else we want to do. Like, if you would rather multiple Atlas trees and or a Gladiator rebalance, I would hope to think the majority of people are going to be picking the Atlas tree feature. Maybe not everyone, but again, it's better for the mass, and thus, like, that is what we do. So, yeah, it is a resourcing issue at the end of the day. Like, you can only do so much with what you have, but we do a lot. Like, don't get me wrong. But yes, we would get there eventually. It will come up in one of the things, and it is something that we will commit to.
Fantastic. All right, we're going to wrap up Path of Exile 1 Q&A now. Thanks for the very long discussion session. I feel like we could chat about a lot of this stuff all day. Another thing I could talk about all day is Path of Exile 2. We're going to now be talking about Path of Exile 2, both the new reveals from today and some broader questions.
Jonathan's
also.
like, hell yeah.
Let's dive into it. The star of the show today was the Ranger, which I had the pleasure of playing at the for a few hours myself, and it really showcases how much the impact of the WASD changes, that movement system, has had on the overall design of the game and skills. And I imagine now you've just like gone back and had to look at a bunch of different skills and think, how do we change this now to move?
And honestly, it wouldn't be incorrect to say that the WASD change is partially responsible for the delay of POE2 in some ways.
I thought so.
Because after we changed that, it's like, oh geez, you know, like, and it's like I almost knew this would even. It's like as soon as I was like playing it, I'm like, oh man, like there's going to be so many things people are going to want from this, and it's like, yeah, like you do something like that, and then now every class has to change a lot. And we haven't, I think, even yet still fully explored all the implications of that around for some of the different classes. It's just changed a huge amount. And the thing is, as we look at each class again, it's like, well, like, so we at the demo we did in LA, we showed, which we didn't show here on stream, by the way, but there'll be footage of it coming out from the various streamers who were there. We also showed the fact that when we went back to the Warrior again, which is a class we already showed, and then we were looking like we're playing around with WSD for melee, we kind of like immediately kind of had this like feeling of like, oh, now that we've got like facing direction being a thing, we'll be able to have active block now, because you can choose your facing direction. You can have a button to raise your shield up, and that will mean that that feels good with WSD too. So like that's another example of just like you add this, you go to another existing class, like, oh man, now we could have this, and then go to another class, and oh man, we could have this, and like it's just kind of turned into this giant mountain of repercussions for everything. So yeah, it's been a bit crazy.
It seems like it's a really good option now for you to distinguish the classes and the skills further now too, because you can have like the slippery, elusive ranger where nearly all of its skills can be shot while moving, or you have the warrior where nearly everything is a bit more stationary, a bit more explosive in that regard. Have you found that?
Well, I don't know that don't know that I'd say that the warrior is particularly stationary, because every skill has movement in it. But what it does have is the fact that, and the other thing as well is you don't lose control of your character either, even while you're moving. It's just that you're more, but it certainly is dangerous when you've got a slower skill, even when it's moving a bit. Like, so that it's called rolling slam now. The rolling slam skill, like you have to choose when to use that. And that is definitely a feature of the warrior that for the ranger, you don't feel the same way, right? Like on the ranger, you can definitely just kind of like you feel very free to move around all the time, so like that is a hugely different
Send
feel.
me a Discord message.
But at the same time, we always want to make sure that there's that feeling of like I've still got control of my character. I can still do what I need to do. So even when you've got like this sort of slower attacks on another class, there's still like a feeling of control, or at least ideally there should be. That's I guess that's sort of ultimately really important to me. You just never feel like you're losing control of your character.
How does the fact that like you'll have these differences in movement between different skills and potentially builds affect things like boss and monster design, and how do you balance against classes that do have to stop a bit more?
This is the other big thing, is that like I tell Mark, hey, we're adding this now, and he's like, oh my god, we have to go through all the monsters again.
It was like it was dodge roll, and then it's like, oh no, like we have to go through and make sure like every monster, every skill, everything we have to go, can you be dodge rolled or can you not be dodge rolled?
Right.
And we have to make that decision. And then it's like, finally we got through all of them. Oh, and here's active block. I'm like, oh no.
Well, so yeah, because we've added now an indicator on attacks that implies they're unblockable. That means they're unblockable. But also all the bosses have to make sure that there's the right ratio of blockable to unblockable attacks. And
there's a few things you cannot get wrong. You cannot have the AOE look like one thing and it is actually another thing. Very bad. If you have a telegraph or anything and it looks like it's going to do a 20 radius and it does 30 radius in damage, people will immediately, and even on one boss, people will be like, this game has bad hitboxes and blah, blah, blah. And then the other thing is if you all of a sudden are using active block and a skill that you think should be blockable isn't blockable, and we don't telegraph that properly, again, you'll have the same problem where you now don't trust that feature.
I'll tell you what boss doesn't have any issues with hitboxes. Uber Lilith.
Should this be blockable? Should this not be blockable? You have to ask several people what they feel, because sometimes it's in a gray area, and generally if it's in a gray area, you have to say yes, it is blockable.
I want to show you guys the screenshot that I sent.
And so holy, the amount of times you have to go through all those monsters.
I gotta find
everything is not low.
But then even with moving while shooting on the ranger, because then once again you need to make sure the monster composition of each area has monsters that can catch up to you and hurt you even while you're moving, which is actually a little bit more complicated than initially seems, because just even the smallest amount of movement, depending on what the monster attack times are, will cause you to not get hit. So then there's a whole bunch of tweaking you have to do there as well.
There's a lot more monsters that have a kind of step or lunge attack as well to counteract this now. Right. So when they run up to you for the first time, in order to maintain momentum, the same thing the player does, they leap forward and attack, and that has the capacity to hit a moving target. But even projectiles on bosses, it's like, if you are moving just a tiny bit, a projectile is going to miss. So now you have to think, okay, should it have predictive firing? Do we just have to increase the speed enough?
We've added tracking to way more boss abilities. So the tracking has to be way tighter. Even with the first boss, we had to upgrade the tracking to target you so that you have to dodge roll way towards the end of the attack, because then the
I
moment
got
you've got
killed.
moving or shooting on one class, it's like, well, that means that that class was just trivially moving
This is where
away
the
from
ground
from
breaks
that ability.
away. This
So
is where
suddenly
the
boss
fire
tracking has to
is.
get an upgrade.
I
and,
was
like,
standing
everyone
here and I
kinda has
died.
this thing, but the repercussions have just been immense.
Lost my hardcore character
But
standing
I think
here.
it is worth it.
Oh, it feels so much cooler
so
and
much
so
cooler,
much
yeah.
better when we get that right. Like 100%. Yeah.
That was going to be my
Oh, you
response. Like
couldn't
with the
see it
hands-on,
through
like
my
the boss fights,
legs.
they feel incredible. And I noticed what you said, where you have to you really have to get good at skilling the dodge, because it needs to be right before it goes off, not like
Where the
early
ground
dodge,
was
which
breaking
is I'm
away,
much more used to doing. And
where
in
the
Path of Exile
fire
1,
stops,
you only get hit when you stop moving. So I
died
can see how that was
here.
like an issue here.
We are certainly getting away from the just run in circles for 99% safety. And I think that is an absolutely amazing thing. You still kind of run in circles just because you do dodge generally in one direction over another. But like, it's not just I am 100% safe while doing orbits around monsters or a boss. There's a lot less of that, which again makes everything just feel way more engaging. And you can't just, I mean, if you want to pause, you don't need to run in circles now. You can just pause and take a breather.
I know this is like blown out the beta dates for you, and it's been a lot of work, but the net result here should be far, far better.
Well,
gameplay.
I certainly think so. Like, it's just like I felt really bad about missing that deadline, but it's like, at the end of the day, like, if we have found a game that is better than the one we were making before, then we have to make that game instead of what we were making before, like, regardless of if it pushes the date out. So yeah, like, that's ultimately, I think. And like, to be fair, it wasn't just that. Like, there's certainly when we came to do polish, and it's interesting actually going back in. So it's been so long since we really polished the start of a game before. Like, and it's weird bringing back all the memories of what we actually did back in the early days of POE1 that I'd actually totally forgotten about, like all the little details about actually doing that again. It's like, it's actually kind of really interesting going back again and doing it. But I had forgotten what it takes to get the start of a game to feel good. And like, it took longer to get Act 1 to a right state than we expected. The annoying part about it, especially, is that we kind of only really realized this as we had kind of, as like.
So not to like shit on what he just said, but if I'm being completely honest, he's talking about the difficulty about making the start of the game, having a polish and feeling good for the player. And what I think he means by that is actually like the act of going through the campaign and the different zones and stuff. But that particular thing is what loses Path of Exile almost all of their players. They start playing the game and they're so overwhelmed that they quit. So he's saying how much work it was to try to polish it, but that's also the thing that turned everybody away.
Having a good time with it because of that. And so that's kind of like probably one of the more eye-opening things to me is like, there was way more variance in the experience than I was hoping for. Like some, as I said, just some people just like ended up with the like not finding good items, like not find or just like the skills they happened to pick, the combinations that were like ones that just didn't work as well as others and things like that. And so that's a bit unfortunate. But if you did have the good experience, I think that like there were certainly people there who got the experience we wanted to show them, and it's really good to see that anyway. So hopefully you were one of the people who sort of found that you had some good stuff going on. But I'm obviously very interested to hear more about your feedback in particular.
Yeah, that's the interesting question I kind of have from this, is that like, there's no doubt this is a very difficult game. Path of Exile 2 is very challenging, but myself and a lot of the other creators I talked to really like enjoyed the way that the difficulty was done, and especially the boss fights I felt were incredible. I really, really enjoyed them, but it was very easy to see people who didn't have such a good time. Yeah. And
so, I gotta be honest, that's bad news, man, because they said that the other POE demo, well, I mean, let's hear his response.
It's hard for me to go and have an objective like play session on another class because I already know the boss, and so like that means that to actually find out, I have to watch people play who haven't played before, like play again, and that makes it really, really hard. So like, even like I will if the mechanics of the boss gets changed, I will then I will be dying, and like I think that's great. But once I'm no longer dying anymore, that doesn't necessarily mean there aren't still things that other people are gonna have trouble like learning or doing. But I think the worst one is that and I think people ran into here as well, is that there's something about the item system in PoE2 now that's leading to too much variance. And we're actually, I was discussing with Mark before this what's going on there, because there's not obvious to me yet even why that is. Like the things like the amount of IPD you can get in a weapon and stuff like that, these are basically the same as what they were in PoE1. We haven't really changed the mod pool very significantly. So like there's not a lot of changes there, and yet the experience that people are getting with regard to whether their items are good or not seems like the variance seems to be higher. So I need to like find out what's going on with that and like see if I can address it. But I think that what it might end up being is that we have to try it. Like it can be subtle stuff like to do with quest rewards or like what's going on with the shop and things like that. We can give people tools to be able to fix their own itemization problems so they don't fall into the whole like, I just didn't find a weapon, like that kind of problem. Like it really sucks.
I think it's the issue of small sample size, right? Not in terms of the number of players, but in terms of the number of...
I got to be honest, this whole conversation right here, first of all, I appreciate the brutal honesty, and I also appreciate that he's looking to fix it. But that's pretty much what they just discussed is exactly what we didn't want to hear. Because he's saying that there's massive variance in, going through the game and people's experiences. And Ziggy D is saying that even the content creators find it very difficult in a good way, but very difficult. And other people there were finding it very, very tough. They said in the last PoE2 demo that it was way, way overtuned and it was far too difficult. All the content creators that I saw died repeatedly, and that they were going to tune it back. Me personally, me as a gamer, blue hoodie man, I would love for it to be super difficult. But I don't think that's going to be very, very great for the masses, for Path of Exile to grow if it's as difficult as they're saying that it is. And having that, like they're saying they're going to work on it and fix it, but having that massive variance in the experience, that's not going to be good for the growth of PoE2. That's exactly what we did not want to hear.
The difficulty actually, which seems kind of counterintuitive.
This is just what it is. This is the
game,
game.
Like a new player is actually like, oh, the difficulty's fine. Like this is just a difficult game. You know what I mean? Whereas like a PoE1 player might be like, this is so much harder than PoE1, which is like kind of a weird situation that I did not expect before doing this event that we that we just did. So yeah, that's kind of an interesting one as well. But yeah, there's quite a lot of things there that are going on. But yeah, we really have to get that nailed, and it's going to require, I think, a lot of good alpha testing and things like that as well to make sure that everything there is good.
It might be a thing where it's just something you have to approach with a safety net mindset, where you have like things like you mentioned having some gold so that the safety net can be items from the shop. And another idea that myself and a bunch of the other creators kind of discussed at the event was the idea of like having a slow passive flask charge generation, so that as a safety net, players who are struggling in a boss fight can play defensively and slowly get flasks back that they can use to keep it stay alive.
I certainly agree that what I don't want to do is a change that will push the top end up as either, because the top end I think is fine. Like you can definitely feel powerful if you get good stuff. Like there's video footage that that I've seen of people killing some of the bosses, like still actually just like 10-second boss kills because they upgraded like to their bow or mace or whatever to like something like with an alk that was very juicy, and like things like that going on. So the top end is still absolutely possible to like really annihilate shit, but it's that bottom end, like people falling into holes, that that I'm concerned about right now.
It's a fascinating like design problem to approach.
He's going to work on it, but
this with Path of Exile 2, and
that's definitely a problem.
You guys have been evolving it and will continue to evolve it. Something I also noticed about like difficulty was, and it certainly came up at ExileCon, was the issue of stuns, getting stunned by monsters, just how brutal they can be. I felt like it was definitely better here. I don't know if it was just me getting better, or if you guys
changes were made, so it should have been better.
Okay. But
that was Diablo 4's problem.
That the thing that
control
stood out to me the most was like getting stunned while mid-air using escape shot on the Ranger. And
that should not be the case. There should be iframes in that skill, certainly.
Okay, so
yeah, I think that might
not quite right.
We did have a discussion recently where a number of those like jumping skills should effectively be kind of considered dodge rolling.
Yeah, we need to add it.
It can just get a bit abusive.
Cool.
because you can just be like jump, 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 jump,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it. So we need to figure something out with that just to make sure it's not like
Well, that was
too
my
broken, I guess.
question actually. Was like these skills. Have you considered the idea of them having like when you are winding up, you can be stunned, and when you're like winding down, you can be stunned. But
yeah.
while
It
you're
would
in
have
the
to be.
air,
It would have
you're
to be. There's a
immune.
short window in there,
Yeah.
so that you don't feel like you're literally like 5 meters in the air.
That'd be good.
You're,
Yeah,
you're getting hit.
it looked a bit weird.
Yeah.
Sometimes it did look quite cool and brutal when like a werewolf would do this like lunging attack and swat me out of the air. And I was like, oh, that's actually
you probably
pretty
want to make
sick.
it so that when you're 1 meter in the air, you can still get hit, but as you're above that, then that's when the time when it doesn't.
Oh.
I have a feeling when the POE2 beta comes out, if they let me play it degenerately, I'm going to write them like a 20-page paper just on my experiences, what worked and what didn't. I'll definitely put a massive amount of effort into it.
Design like a full Z level system and fall damage and
Well, I mean, people
damage from
I don't know.
height.
Have we even shown any areas with subscenes yet? I guess we might not have.
Uh-oh.
I'm not too sure.
There are multi-story dungeons and that where you can see from one floor to the other in POE2. I don't know if we even showed that anywhere, but anyway, whatever.
So it's certainly a shame about the delayed beta, though. It's pretty understandable given it's not like you hear about the idea of like feature creep in a lot of game design, but here it's kind of the opposite, where it's like core game design creep.
Right.
It's like you guys have discovered things that you want to do way more impressively with the core game, right? But for looking forward to the beta, what will the beta end up looking like? Actually, I've been curious about this. Will it be like a full campaign, a partial campaign? Will there be endgame?
Yep.
Any
All
thoughts on that? Yeah. Just
so basically, we want look, the intention here is that there's no point getting feedback on something. Well, I suppose it's entirely true given what we just did. But if the game isn't if I don't think it's good, there's no really a lot of point getting feedback from other players. And so what I'm saying with that is that what I'm really going for here is when we release the game, I want it to feel like I think it's a complete game from end to end and that it's a great experience. And then at that point, we get players to try it and see. I think that betaing just like one act or something, the only value that you could have in that is something like a load test or something like that. But I don't think you can actually get proper feedback for the whole game. So to me, you have to have the whole game. Maybe we don't have to have every single class, but I definitely think you have to have at least the campaign and the end game there. Now in the beta, what we won't have is so we'll have an end game in the beta, but it won't include all the end game content that the final game will have. But it will have an end game because you need that in order to be able to test the economy properly and so on, right? We need to know what happens when people get to max level and all of that other stuff. That has to be there. So I want that game to certainly the beta should feel like here is a full game. I could have just I could have just bought this as a new release and that and it would feel that good. But of course the main thing is that we need to be able to the reason why we'll call it a beta is because we need to be able to still make balance changes and be free with that, right? Because if we couldn't do that, then that would kind of defeat the purpose. So we absolutely need to have the freedom to still make balance changes after that point, but it should still feel like the complete game. This is the game, right? Sure, maybe it's missing a couple of classes, but that is the game with everything there you'd expect from a full game to have.
That's good to hear, because I think the difficulty with giving feedback after ExileCon was that they were pre-built characters, and that kind of misses the point of the game because character building is such a big part of the game, right? With this event,
this is the reason why we want to do the LA event and actually.
Maybe that's the reason why that the game might still be able to release in 2025. If the beta is going to be most of a full game and they will take the feedback and act on it quickly, then maybe that within a year they could actually get the game out.
You got to see stuff that you didn't expect,
for sure,
in ways you didn't expect and stuff.
For sure.
That was pretty cool. You're like, I didn't think anyone would use that skill that way.
Well, the one that was the most annoying, that was a total mistake, was the crossbow. There was some balance on the crossbows that was left in there from when we did the Act 5 demo, where it was just and then that all just kind of fell back all the way to Act 1, and then people forgot to actually balance that properly again. And the reason why is because we didn't even the crossbows have their own skills built in, and the balance of those was not really correctly working with all the regular scaling that we do for other weapon types.
I thought
Yeah, so someone found one of those and then just proceeded to shotgun all the bosses down in like 5 hits.
Default attacking the bosses across those.
When I saw that, I was like,
Cheater.
"Oh my god, this was not how this was supposed to go." So there was a few mistakes like that in there as well.
Yeah, these things happen. These things happen. So I think people are immensely curious about seeing Endgame. We haven't seen any real Endgame for this yet. What is it going to look like? What a character build's going to look like? How fast is the gameplay going to be? Is this something you can speak on or show soon?
I mean, we will definitely have to be showing it soon, but I think that a lot of it comes down to when we're finally able to really play through the whole game legit and and get there, because you just need to make sure that you're feeling the power progression as you go through the game going up and up. One thing that we haven't really been showing a lot until the Ranger demo just now was actually using support gems. We just haven't really been showing too much of it. And in the Ranger there, we finally showed a couple there, but that certainly was not a full 6 links for everything, which is what it's going to be in Endgame. Even just with in the Ranger demo there, when you started to add multi-proj and chain to a couple of things, you start to see the kind of crazy power that you expect to see from POE. And so it will certainly go even crazier than that. I guess what's harder to say is, okay, I don't want it to be just the whole screen is covered to the point where you can tell you can see nothing about what is going on. It needs to still be at a somewhat just from a visibility perspective, it needs to look reasonable, even if you are covering the screen in lightning explosions. There still needs to be some understanding of what the hell is actually happening. We want the feeling of power. You want that fantasy of I'm becoming a god. But we also need to try and make it so that there's still some level of counterplay and interest in using different skills and having a good time with a boss, even while you're feeling that way. And so that is the challenge, and that's what we have to try and hit.
I look forward to seeing how it plays out, because if I have any fear, it's actually that you lose some of that impactful moment-to-moment gameplay that you're actually starting to capture with the earlier stages of the game.
Yes. Well, that is a concern, and what I want to try and not have. I do want the boss fights to still feel very engaging, and I still even want even in maps, I still want it so that there are sometimes white monsters where you're I have to do a bit of counterplay against this. That to happen just sometimes. It's so not all the time, but just sometimes that can kind of happen.
It harkens back to the early days of Path of Exile, where just devourers were scary, right? The monster type devourers were scary, and I felt that with the werewolves in this one. The werewolves are just scary. They're fast.
Well, my favorite monster right now in the demo, the Eternal. I don't know if you fought against them or remember them, but the Eternal Knights in the Mausoleum and Tomb are the ones that have a shield, that they're just walking forward with a shield up, and if you hit them, then they shoot a projectile back at you, and so you have to find a way. So you have to find a way to kind of attack them without attacking them from the front, because they've got 100% block there. So you either attack them with an AoE skill from behind, or attack them from above, or use a degen or something like that. There's some kind of counterplay there. And as soon as I fought one of those, because I actually had not known that Mark was adding that mechanic to that monster. And as soon as I fought that, I messaged him man, that monster is so cool. It's just really cool to sometimes have monsters like that just you're oh shit, I have to think for a second. I'm a fan.
Just specifically in that case, you when something is blocking, they still take stun damage, so they can still get
stun them. You can stun them out of it.
Good.
But you can also walk up to them, and they start attacking, and then walk back, and then attack them.
And then he'll have a moment in his animation where the shield goes more out like that, and then the blocking is disabled.
Right.
I did not figure that out.
But also, if you use lightning arrows, you can AoE them from behind, or there's the poison burst, which will poison the guy even though he didn't take damage from the hit. And there's so many ways, but it's kind of interesting to have stuff like that.
Yeah. People noted the poison on the live globe. Is there other display of these sorts of effects on characters?
I do want to do more of those. That was added really recently, and it was weirdly cool. I didn't expect that change to matter as much as it mattered. But it actually really does, and having more visibility for those different effects is really important. So I definitely want to do more. I think that there's definite candidates for shock and ignite and stuff like that, and bleeding, of course. Bleeding being one of those ones that would be good to have more visibility on. Things like that. I think absolutely. Increasing visibility of those mechanics, I think, is super important. We'll definitely do more of that. And
watching people talk about old gameplay and ramble, this is a sick campfire chat. But are you paying attention to how much of their lives these guys have dedicated to these games and how in-depth their knowledge is about the game. I don't know how you make a good game if you don't have this level of knowledge. I understand maybe you don't like the presentation, but they're demonstrating to you their utter mastery of the game. So it's valuable.
Yeah, it's yeah, as I said, these little tweaks, they matter a lot, so it's cool.
All right. It's been an absolute pleasure to talk to both of you. Thank you very much for your extended time for the Q&A. I know people are eager to go check out the patch notes and also all of the content that's released from the LA, as that embargo is up now. So
all right. So hopefully people are watching videos and and seeing what's going on.
So we will say see you later then, and thanks very much for watching, folks.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, everyone.
Yeah. See you later.
See ya.
All right.
All right, big thanks to me. My contribution on the couch was obviously the highest. The other guys did a good job of trying to keep up, but really that presentation was all thanks to me. They're lucky that they invited me onto the couch. Happy to carry, not a big deal. Happy to carry, boys. Rax, humble as always. Yeah, the 0 answers that I gave really carried. Guys, thank you so much for all the subs. 10% of the subs were because you guys like me. 90% of the subs were because you guys hate Twitch. Sorry about all the ads. I don't turn the ads up. Nothing I can do about it. It's only going to get worse from here. It's only going to get worse. All right. There were 40,000 people. 40,000 people for the D4 campfire, 300K for POE. Were there really 300,000? That's insane, man. That's insane. Losing my voice here. Must have been all those questions I answered on the couch. Gets a little bit exhausting. Well, I really enjoyed that. I thought that was great. Looking forward to the Necropolis League. I am kind of disappointed that you can't skip the Necropolis mechanic in the campaign. I definitely don't want to engage with it. I don't want to make the monsters harder to juice it. I just want to rip through the campaign as fast as I can. Tornado shot got nerfed. Did it actually get nerfed? In the patch notes? It was hard. There was a lot of pressure for me to answer those questions. I mean, most of the questions came to me, so that was a bit rough. But very, very cool presentation. Tornado Shot now has an attack speed multiplier of 80% plus the base, or 80% of base. It was 100%. It's more expensive, and the mana was a huge problem. I spent my whole existence trying to solve mana. So it has lower attack speed. It costs more mana. And this, okay. And now we get 40% projectile speed instead of an extra projectile. And the projectile was much better, huh? So that's a triple nerf to Tornado Shot. The attack speed is worse, the mana cost is worse, and the bonus of quality is worse. Huh. All right, guys. I'll probably hang it up here. Let's raid Zizarin. Zizarin, I think, is going to read all the patch notes, and he's way smarter about POE1 than I am. So let's watch him and learn. Thanks for hanging out with me with POE2 or POE2 and POE1. I'll make a video on the marksman and have a few updates to the not only the build that you guys are playing, but also if you want to play Acid Flask. It's another beautiful way to play it as well. And I'll talk to you about all the things that I learned today about making it better. They're minor changes, so if you've already made the build, it's not going to require you to change much, but it will help you. Durf, thank you so much for the 5 subs on the way out. Everybody who subbed, followed, memberships on YouTube, donations, thank you so much. I didn't call them all out because I wanted the presentation to go. Sorry for all the ads, but I didn't turn up the ads, so that's all Twitch. Twitch just hates you. Hope you guys have a fantastic night. Tomorrow we'll be blasting again like every other day. Tomorrow I'll get a Red Bull. Tomorrow's Friday. Tomorrow's Friday, right? Let's blast. Have a great night, guys. Thank you for everything. No. My Forge Guard got deleted. My Forge Guard used to be right here, but EHG deleted it, so I don't have it anymore. Used to be right here, though. I really miss my Forge Guard. He was great. Good night, guys.